Alright, welcome to Monday. Had to live through an entire weekend without trading, man. Sucks. So let's recap what we did last week. So Apple, I actually screwed myself on that one. Remember that I was, one thing I did is I fucked up. I accidentally sold all my orders up here instead of just selling one little part of it. I actually did a hold through all of this crap. I had my stop order here, and accidentally did that. Didn't re-enter with fuller size. I could have done it right here, but I didn't. The stock actually went to our target, and yeah, we left $1,000 on the table from that one. Still made 500, which was okay, but we had to do scalping, and I hate doing that shit. This was a really good setup that we could have just held on to. We would have gotten taken out. It would have been 10, 1:30, I guess, Eastern, depending on what time zone you're in. So it took a really long time to work itself out. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to stream this shit, because we're just going to be sitting here watching this shit go back and forth. Sometimes that happens quickly. Last week, several times, it happened within the first 30 minutes, but here, you're waiting a really long time for this thing to manifest. I guess we could play games now that we're not actively managing this, but it's hard not to take your eyes off of it if you're looking at it. So far this month we've had 3 losses. 2 of those were actually stop outs from the strategy, but one of those was my own fucking mistake. So I'm not gonna be too hard on the strategy. That's pretty good. We're getting close to the end of the month anyway, too. So I think the strategy's working pretty well. And I did figure out the adjustment that I wanted to have done. Yolanda, thank you for the follow. Waha. I did think of a stop out that I wanted to do. One of the biggest things that occurred this month was we had a full stop out on Roku. The strategy's made that it's very rare for the initial 15-minute bar to be completely wiped out once certain requirements have been met, but they actually happen in Roku, and that really blew out a lot of the gains that we made just on that one trade. Now, I was trying to think of if I really want to have something that will hold throughout the day so I can get the maximum movement of a stock, how should I put my stop? And it's always been right on the initial 15-minute bar. If all 4 of the requirements are met. I have a way to adjust that now, so we'll see how that works. You'll see it when we get to it. We got 33 seconds left, so pretty much sit on hands. We'll start exploring what's going on. As data starts coming in. Sorry, it's early, so I'm still trying to wake up. It's so hard to do this and get everything set up. Before going live and getting your brain set. And I think I fixed my audio too, so let me know if the audio's too messed up or not. Last Friday it sounded like a wet fart. It was really annoying to listen to when I played it back. Alright, so Apple... We had a couple of gap up last week too. Had this one, continuation. This one might actually have a sell-off, so we'd have to probably wait until the top of this bar is taken out before we get into it. But we're not doing anything for the first 15 minutes, so we're just gonna do a little bit of scanning around, see what's going on. But I think we can say that the market is firmly in a upwards trend. There was a couple of times, like right around October, where it looked like it was going to fail. and that didn't happen. Definitely tricked me out, especially if you pay attention to some of the other things that are going on in the world. It gets you into your head that the overall market should behave a certain way, and it just doesn't. But one of the good things about being a day trader is that you just play what's in front of you every single day and not rely on news. You can still have a thought in your mind, but the market surprises you in a lot of ways. So we've broken this major resistance point that we've had forever, and now we're just breaking out, so the market really has to prove when that trend's gonna fail. But that's really crazy. Alright, let's get dialed in here. Alright, I'll take a look at certain things. Apple's still going pretty strong. What's Airbnb doing? And it's pretty strong, but it's almost too strong. Because when we do our entry, our exit is up here, so there isn't a heck of a lot of profit room. But we'll see if that's the best thing that we've got. AMOD, same thing. Everything's up this morning, but we're going to wait the first 15 minutes and see what happens. Baidu. And Tesla's pulling back. Tesla's an interesting one. Having a little bit of problems here. You can still see that it's, as of last Friday, it was beneath both moving averages. It had a reversal, and now it's just above, but now it's got to close the gap because we don't want to play in between two moving averages unless we're scalping. Because in between moving averages is when things get really choppy, and that's not gonna work for this. I didn't type Baidu, did I? Let me get Baidu. Oh, gap down? Jeez. That's interesting. I don't know anything that's going on with that one. Okay, Datadog is out of the question. It's, wow. It's not the best thing on the list. We can go back to it later if it breaks the top here, but it's already moved too much. What else we got? Okay, Google. I mean, take your pick. Everything's kind of doing the same thing. MCHP. MCHP has more room to move. What's it look like on the daily chart? This one's not as extended as some of the other things. It actually just broke above the 20-period moving average on the daily, and it had a nice bounce here. So this one might actually be one of the better options today. Let's put that as number 3. But notice how just about everything we're looking at is meeting our criteria, so it'll be interesting to see which ones pan out and which ones don't. Because even if everything's working in your favor, there's going to be a couple of stragglers that you see that don't fulfill their... oh, PayPal's done. Nothing over 50% of its range, so we're not doing PayPal. QCOM... Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Shopify. Oh, Shopify is an icy stock. I can't play that one. I don't pay for live data on icy. So, like, if you go to partially delayed data, I've explained it before, but I only pay for NASDAQ. If you have a business account, you have to pay for data for some reason. But you can at least deduct that on taxes as a service, so... Okay, snow we're not looking at. That's also a nicey saw. God damn it, I screen that shit out. I don't know why, Thinkorswim does such a bad job. Alright, so... Apple's tried and true. Probably good go-to. MCHP is another possibility. What's our rank 3 chart here? Everything's pretty much the same. Okay, not Airbnb. It went up too high, and now it's doing a pullback. Datadog, no. Went up too high, now it has a pullback. Google, maybe. So this thing's having a larger pullback than some of the other ones. Okay, we have a little alert if it gets above where we want it. And then... QCOM. Let me see what QCOM was doing again. QCOM's okay. I gotta open up my notes, my day trading notes, so we can capture data here. Alright, so now we sit and wait. We've got 7 minutes left. Apple's still going really strong. Market's pulling back a little bit. That's a little bit concerning. Alright, still waiting. So MCH... Oh, shoot. Well, MCHP... getting a pretty major pullback. So maybe we can't do the way that I want to do things today. We've had such a extended move up, and I might need to be a little bit cautious. The other thing that we could do is we could wait for the 15-minute price action to bounce off of the 20-period moving average. Doesn't always happen the way that we'd like, but let's take a look at Apple, how it did it last week. We want to see something like this, and that's a really good entry point. So if we have to spend a little bit longer doing things, that's how we'll do it. So no entry on MCHP unless it breaks the high of this. Apple's still moving up there. Could get into some trouble if stocks have really blown their load this early. Might need to wait. I'm not gonna have one of those easy 30-minute days. Yeah, Amot's totally out of the question. That's already made a lot of its move already. That's... Well, we have a few minutes. Let's keep looking around here. Datadog too much. SCHW, I think that's a new one. What the... SCHW has a gap up into... No, this is a... Why does it even... There's a million reasons why this shouldn't be on my list. First, it's in between two different moving averages, and it's nicey. And... God, that's why I have to manually look at this shit. There's gotta be something... See, right here it says exclude all nicey stocks, so I don't know why the hell the... thing isn't working. Oh, Affirm. Affirm might be good. Let's see if we'll look at that. AFRM. Oh, nope, can't do that one. Gap up, and it's already made its full movement that we'd expect out of it, so that one's done. NQ is showing us a top. It was in a really tight range, swept the top, and now it's running lower, so this could be a dangerous day. The safer plan would be to see if it returns to the 20-period moving averages and bounce. We could do that on MCHP, because this thing has pulled back so far from the high that we might be able to see some type of bounce here, but it's going to take a bit, so we're just going to be fucking around most of the time. Let me take a look at Apple. Apple's an interesting one. It's certainly performing stronger than everything else. Now it's getting a pullback. We've got 2 minutes left, so we gotta make a decision somewhere. But if everything's gonna get a pullback into a support point, then we're gonna have to do a bounce play. We're not gonna get our dream move today. Yeah, Microsoft hit 400. Microsoft's interesting because they have earnings next week. Wow, right to the tick, $400, huh? This is a pretty severe pullback on Microsoft. This might not bounce on the 20-period moving average. Just gonna have that shade all day. Alright. 1 minute left. How are things looking? Well, we're not going to get into anything unless Apple breaks the high here, or we get a bounce here. So this is going to be a longer day, unfortunately. Fuck. Okay, Microsoft is, yeah. We won't look at Microsoft, because this is looking like a reset for it. Maybe tomorrow we could look at it. But it also doesn't move all that much, considering how expensive it is. So it's not one of the more fun things to trade. Alright, we're at the 15-minute mark. Still have no targets. Can't do Apple from here. Apple either needs to break the high here, or it needs to bounce. So we gotta wait for this thing to hit.
Coming game, Akar_pet_love, and its price hasn't been officially confirmed yet. However, many anticipate it will be a paid game.
If you have an Xbox Game Pass,
keep an eye out for announcements regarding its release and pricing.
But it is a pay game. It's not fully released yet, but it works well enough. I'm gonna do one more day playing that today as soon as we get out of the stock market. I'm trying to give each game 3 days to see if we can get some
That's some bullish action. Keep an eye on it and ride that wave if it meets
CVCO.
your trading strategy. Stay
It's been a while
sharp
since
and
we
make
looked
those
at it,
gains,
so
my
let's look at
friend.
it. The fuck is going on with it? Like barely moved. It like opened in a gap up and then it just stopped moving. This thing I've never. Jesus Christ! It's moved. It's gapped up and it has moved nowhere in 15 minutes. That's insane. I've never seen that before. Damn it! This is gonna be a long day, isn't it? Fuck. Okay, well MCHP is done for unless it reaches the 20 period moving average, which means we need to really babysit prices today. Because last time I was considering going after Apple, but I wasn't paying attention to where it was on the chart because I was playing a game and totally missed it. Firm is interesting for a scalp. Had such a strong initial bar.
Oh, I feel your frustration. Akar_pet_love. Trading a stock that remained stagnant for over 15 minutes can be quite a challenge. It's like watching paint dry, right? In those situations, it's best to exercise patience and wait for a better opportunity. Don't force a trade just for the sake of it. Remember, there are always more profitable moves on the horizon.
I wasn't prepared for Apple to do that abrupt turnabout. So this could be an uncomfortable day. It might actually put us in the negative for a long time, kind of jolting around here, but I wouldn't expect the open to be taken out, but we're gonna see what happens here. Our max pain could be pretty high if this doesn't work out for us. Damn. I think I might get scared out and not hold this thing if it, doesn't make it through halfway. Now, ideally, I'd be holding this until it hits target completely, but I'm not fully confident on stream to do so, but we're gonna see. The way that the strategy works, it means that I shouldn't be babysitting it. I'd be,
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't know shit about that.
microwave of Wagyu steak. Oh my god.
I may be a badass cat, but I don't cook.
You ruined it!
Get that A5 Wagyu filet mignon on a grill or a pan for the perfect medium rare goodness. Don't ruin that expensive piece of meat by nuking it in a microwave.
I think he just gave him a heart attack. Tell you what, I'm gonna put an alert here to take a look at it again. What else we got? MCHP is bouncing, but this is not gonna overtake the high. It's gonna need to do a reset. PayPal's not doing anything. What was some of the other names? Airbnb, probably looking like a reset. Firm's already hit its max target. Baidu bounced from the bottom. We don't play against the trend anymore. Datadog looking like a reset.
Rivian and Affirm, two interesting stocks to talk about. Rivian is an electric vehicle company that has been generating a lot of buzz lately, while Affirm is a fintech company known for its buy now.
Rivian is a name I have not watched in a long time.
Keep an eye on their price action and do your due diligence before considering any trading decisions. Good luck out there, Ryan Amani.
So Rivian would have been an excellent play today. I screen out stocks that are below a certain amount of move each day because I want to be able to kind of grab something that I know will make me a certain amount of money each day. Now, I can afford a ton of shares of this, but you can see that the ATR average is only a $1.20 price movement, so I screened that out, so I wouldn't have seen this on my list. Might want to revisit that. One thing I wouldn't have done is, actually I wouldn't have played this because it's in the neutral zone. It's between two different moving averages. So in terms of my strategy, I wouldn't have looked at it, but it had an excellent opening area. You could have probably scalped it, although most of its price move was already in the first bar. I'm not sure what this was, but you know, the distance between. I'm just speaking from my own personal strategy that I'm using it from now on. I used to just, you know, scalp 1 minute and 5 minute candles, but now I'm trying to do something where I can just fire and forget. But damn, yeah, Rivian's been a while since I've looked at that. And then your next one is AFRM. I love playing AFRM. This one I was looking at, but it already had moved too much. I want to see things that are below 60% of their move. Because I'm playing a spread between 60% of their ATR to 70%. Because after doing notes for a very long time, that's kind of the average that I can expect a stock to move.
YouTube, Akar_ped_love.
AFRM was one I was looking at today. It's in a perfect spot.
Embrace your inner cat and enjoy the conversation.
It has increasing velocity, meaning that it's the range of that the stock is moving is increasing over time. So this thing is both in a great position on the daily and on intraday, plus it's moving, so there's definitely interest in there. But yeah, I was looking at this one today too. This thing was just too explosive off the bat. But this is one I would play. I have played it before. I can get a lot of shares on this one. Alright, Apple's starting to pull back here, so it might be a while. See, normally I'd fire and forget, but I'm streaming this stuff, so I have to sit here and watch it. It's not gonna work if I stream. Acarp has a YouTube video. Well, I'm not really doing much, so let's take a look at it. Let me copy, paste, and Aang versus Korra. Okay.
Stuck in a never-ending renovation? That's an innovation occasion.
Innovation invasion.
Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion. With powerful Claritin.
Yeah, that's what happens when there's no volume on that thing, man. It just sits there.
Taking its sweet time. Akar_ped_love. Sometimes stocks can be making big moves and then going quiet. Patience is key in trading. Stay vigilant and be ready to pounce when the opportunity arises.
Also, these enamel
Don't let a slow start discourage you. Keep your eyes peeled for other potential movers.
Enjoy the video.
Alright, let's see if I can have my mic on without it echoing. His animation's pretty fluid. I wonder if he...
So,
yeah. Let's see. I'll keep him in the background. I gotta take a look at that site and see if they all work together, or was there something like a passion project. Man, he has a ton of subscribers. Probably couldn't even afford his commissioning that team. All right, so what the hell's going on? Daytrading here. We've had too much of an explosive start. We had a gap up into a continuing trend, so I'm a little bit worried in the back of my mind that, you know, we need some type of like a reset, and we've seen that in a few different stocks today. Like MCHP is probably gonna glide down to the 20-period moving average before launching again, and I don't want that to happen to Apple. But this is the best opportunity that we've had, because my strategy is to wait the first 15 minutes, which means we're going to miss stuff like a firm, because the firm moved too much. Now it's 106%, so this is beyond the range that I expect a stock to move during the day. I'm trying to capture the spread between however the 15-minute bar closes and my target for the day, so it already went above that early on, but this is a beautiful price move here, and it matched all the criteria too. I just wish it wasn't as strong in the open, otherwise we would have looked at it. It is on our list, but we screened that out. Also, I was a pussy last week, and I didn't re-enter after I screwed up here. I could have also re-entered on the 20-period moving average. I mean, we made $500, but it could have been 1,400 if we didn't. All right, let's see if we get filled on the next order here. Come on, baby. Touch my order. Now, normally I'd take all my orders up here, but streaming this stuff makes me a pussy. Now, scalping, it's easier to stream because I have tighter stops, but if I'm saying, Jesus, take the wheel, and like stepping away and just letting the thing do its thing, then it gets really uncomfortable not to see it move towards its goal here. Let me take a look at the 5-minute. Still okay. Hasn't had a failure yet. But one thing that could happen is we get a 5-minute failure, retest and fail, and then it's just going to linger somewhere around here with our orders still up here. And then hopefully it doesn't sell off and go down here, because then we just blew our profits. But I've been doing this strategy this month. I've been developing it in the background over the last year. Now, last year I did scalping. There was a couple of times where I attempted this early on, but I wasn't ready yet. So there's a few mistakes on it, but now I think I've got it to where I want it. But it's uncomfortable to get the price up to this area and then have it fall off and then just does nothing for 2 hours and then it explodes up and hits your order. But normally I just walk away and sleep. Okay, and just let the price action follow me. You kind of like that CVO has low volume. Anything under 1 million scares me. Because who's going to take you on the other side? If something collapsed, you're going to get fucked. Now, I don't think it would be for this because they have a pretty strong foundation, but look at this. It's been 30 minutes and this thing has not moved. It gapped up and it stopped. So I don't go anything under 1 million, and actually my screener goes for 3 million or above. And we've seen some penny stocks where I could have just bought everybody on the other side of the order book and just did most of the volume myself for the day. Alright, this thing's pulling back again. This is gonna be uncomfortable.
No stop losses, huh? Well, that can be a risky strategy. Akar_pet_love. Stop losses are designed to protect your capital and limit potential losses. While it's tempting to go
don't
without
ever
them,
start a hedge
it's
fund and
important
say
to
you don't
manage
have a
risk
stop
and have a
loss.
plan in place. It's all about finding the balance between risk and reward in your trading approach. Stay safe out there and make smart decisions.
So I'm a little on the fence. Should I just normally, let's see what the 5-minute's saying. We got a possible failure here, so it might linger around, and hopefully it doesn't like linger around all the way down here. But it's really tough to follow my own rules when I'm streaming it, because I don't want to be a doofus and be up almost $300 and not do anything about it. But I have a target, and that's where the target's set. Sometimes it gets hit within 30 minutes, and sometimes it takes all day for it to happen. So that's a major stop loss down here. I gave it a ton of room, so it's a little bit dangerous as well. And it would certainly suck, to be up a certain amount and then do nothing about it all the way down.
Moonwatcher. I'm here to help, so give me some context. What's going on? Tell me what he is up to, and I'll do my best to give you some insights.
Good to see you.
Let's see what mischief is afoot.
I'm trying to get into a game, but today might be a longer wait, because we're trying to get this thing to target. We're currently in Apple. We're up $155 at the moment. We're trying to be disciplined and not take the profits now and wait until it hits our target, or, if it gets down here and starts lingering. But we do have an ultimate stop right here, and I hope we don't hit it, because we were up money, and that'd be really dumb, but that's a strategy for you. It works most of the time. And you really just need things to, you need to have an edge that works most of the time, and just build off of it. Because once you know it works, then you know how many losses you're going to take each month, but you also know how many wins you're going to take. You know what your rough estimate of your losses, rough estimate of your wins, and that's your percentage rate. So, on paper, this is thrilling. Okay, well, hard to tell, because I'm not, when I was streaming this only on Twitch, what I was doing was I was basically trading back and forth these 1-minute bars, and I figured that would be more thrilling than what I'm doing now. But anybody can do the strategy that I'm doing now. I wouldn't recommend to do it yet. I'm still getting notes for it, but I think I've gotten it to a point where it's something that's sustainable. So if I start doing a full-time job, I can fire and forget, drive into the office and let things fall where they may, and make some extra income on the side. But I took time away from the career because I wanted to do day trading full-time. It's something that's, in an ideal sense, it's scalable, because as you win, you can get more shares and do the exact same strategy over and over and over again and just scale it over time. That's something you can't do at a normal job. one of the reasons why I got into day trading is because my career had stagnated. And the company got really political with the diversity and inclusion stuff, and I was just seeing, not that they weren't qualified, but there was incentives. The HR personnel made that so that there were incentives to promote certain people, and I just watched it happen for like 5 years, and I got, over time, I just started learning how to trade, and now I want to make a go of it for a little bit. So for the past few months, I started in October with the umbilical cord cut, not having, regular employment to try this out. We've had, so up until January, I was doing the scalping stuff. I was trying a different technique that one of my colleagues had shown me. We made money, but it's one thing to be profitable, but it's another to have something that's sustaining, to pay your bills. So we made money, but there was a deficit between how much I owe each month and what I was making. But now I'm trying out something that I've been doing in the background, and I back tested it quite a bit. William, Gabriel, you have no enemies? Well, that's good. I don't have any enemies either. Not that I know of. Maybe there's somebody, maybe there's a Lex Luthor out there plotting my destruction. That I don't know about. Alright, well. This stinks. So so Apple might start lingering for a while, so we might be sitting here for a bit. Microsoft hit 400. We were expecting that. It's a good short if you're scalping, but I'm not doing that anymore. MCHP and some others were waiting for them to hit the trend line. See, that's another thing. If you're playing the stock market, you're competing against yourself, your own emotions, your own frailties. So you don't really want to compare yourself to anybody else. You just, it's what you are doing in reaction to the things that are going on for everybody. So it's a true meritocracy there, because you're not being promoted based on people liking you or not liking you enough, or anything other than your own skill set. So that's another reason why I like the stock market. And despite what people say, you're not competing against hedge funds. You're trying to find the strongest shark in the ocean, and you're attaching yourself onto them and trying to get some of their scraps. So like that Remora fish, or whatever it's called. Like, who has control today? Is it the guys who are bullish, or is it on the side of the bears, and then just trying to follow it as close as you can? But you're only competing against yourself, so don't worry about people making $10,000 or some of the crazy amounts that you're seeing on TikTok, Twitters, or whatever else. Although, if you enjoy your full-time job, then definitely stay in it. It's more predictable than this stuff is, at least until you get really good. But you always hear the statistic that 95% of traders fail, and lots of reasons for that. Mostly emotionally based, or not being able to stick with it long enough before you get like a breakthrough. And the jury's still out on me. I started a series on Twitch, and I was uploading my VODs to YouTube, but nobody was watching them. So I hid them. I'd already been trading for a few years, but I wanted to still showcase the learning part of it. The clips are in my highlight reels, but I still have the full VODs. I keep everything that ever since September of 22. I have every VOD from every day that I've traded. So I have all the VODs in the background, and I've only recently started dual casting Twitch and YouTube. And it's nice that YouTube actually keeps the live VODs forever and keeps them under a separate tab, so that's something new. Anyway, I'm just killing time talking about random stuff until we can hit target here, and then we can play palworld. And again, we could have taken profits there, but I'm trying my best just to follow the strategy that I set out without pussing out and taking profits, although I kind of wish I do multiple times, but we gotta have faith that it gets to target. So if you ask me why I don't enter and exit multiple times, it's because I'm trying to get out of that scalping business. I've done that for years, and it's really draining to do that. Like if you go to a 1 minute area and you're looking to see what like a failure area is, like maybe here, because here you have a high that gets taken out, you have two closes below, but then there's no follow through after this. So you're just going back and forth on like really small time pieces that don't really matter. It's a little bit more clear on the 5 minute, but here you had a high that failed, it couldn't reach it, and you had no real follow through. So I'm trying to get rid of the scalping. You have developed the 15-minute time frame thing that seems to be working. But as far as learning how to trade, I mean, I've learned or I've taken techniques from a whole bunch of different people. I've tried out different strategies, and eventually you're just going to find something that works for you. There's Ross Cameron of Oreo Trading, Humble Trader Shay, Zip Trader, Patrick Wheeland, ICT. There's all those names out there, and I've tried each of those strategies, and there's pros and cons on all of them. I think the biggest influence is probably Oliver Velez, because he's dumbed it down really simple, but even his strategy has weaknesses too. So all the notes that I've accumulated over time, I've developed this method, which takes some elements from each, and we're just trying it out here. It seems to be working pretty well this month, but we've had one major pullback that happened in Roku that really fucked me, and I had to adjust the rules around how we deal with stop losses because of that one. That one was really brutal. So we're going to refine it, but I'm running out of time to refine it, because I'm going to have to go back into the career stuff eventually. I'm just talking into the void until we hit target. We're doing okay right now. What else we got going on? Okay, MCHP actually reversed. That's interesting. I'm going to trail up this alert here just in case we get a reset and we can follow that reset. Microsoft's forming somewhat of a bottom here. It came to the trend line here. It might be good for some quick long scalps, maybe, but I don't want to get into that business anymore. 5 minute looks less healthy. And it has earnings next week, which will be really interesting. The firm was a good one, but it had too much of an explosive start, so it got outside of my criteria. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm gonna puss out a little bit more here. I still have 300 shares. like I said, normally I would just walk away and then come back at the end of the day and see what happens, but we're streaming this shit, so I don't want to just be sitting here and looking stupid if this thing completely rolls over. The other thing we could do is we can reload if it hits a 20-period moving average. But I'm trying to make this as least active as possible. I want to be able to day trade, meaning I'm not sucked into something overnight like you would be swing trading, so I could still use margin. So we're trying to do a hybrid here that's an intraday thing. Now we got close, but not good enough. So it looks like we might get a 5-minute failure here. And then it might pull itself down to the 20-period moving average. This is going to be a long day, man. Shit. It's not going to be like that 30-minute stuff from last week. The thing is that it's just, we had the gap up from last week, and then we just had too strong of a trend. I'm still willing to bet that we're going to hit target today, but it's going to take a while. It's got to rest up a little bit. So I guess I'm going to take a look to see if there's anything else that we can at least scalp to negate some of the pain as we're waiting. Datadog's gonna break the high, huh? Stalking you. That's pretty impressive. MCHP. No, I want a 15-minute reset. I don't want to do a 5-minute, although it might bounce off a 5-minute. Man, look at that tight range from the futures. And then they ran it up, sweep the high, and then rolled it over. Now, if you're a scalper, every time you see a new high, and it's a really strong new high, you get a little bit concerned that that might be the top, because they like to sweep the top side before rolling it over, take out some stops, or at least fill some orders. And they have a really good short position from a high price area. So they'll run it up on light volume, get a really nice position to do a short, and then let the thing roll over. I mean, I realize the market's at new highs right now, but it always concerns me when I see that. I don't know when the trend is going to stop being my friend and stab me in the back. But at least we're more nimble as day traders. We're not just sitting there. We're reacting to things as they happen. Come on, Apple, don't make me a douche. My monster energy starting to kick in. Oh, forgot to turn on my soundtrack. Jesus. Nothing but me talking in the corner of a room. To nothing. Oh, come on, man. Like watching paint dry with their balls in a vice. Fucking painful sometimes. We have a kind of firm. I took out this bar. Let's see if I retest one more time. That might be a little bit too much. Let's see if it tests the high one more time. But it's having such a strong day, it might actually make a new high. Man, look at that. Anything else showing up? Yeah, firm, and then what else? I haven't seen mRNA show up on the list, so I wonder where that one's doing. Yeah, this one didn't show up on the list at all, because it's still inside of a range. And the ATR is not increasing, so there's not really much activity on it. So you can see it doesn't, that's why it didn't show up on our scan. QCOM. This is why you wait the first 15 minutes and see if the subsequent bar takes out the high, because this one rolled over and took out the stop there. Okay, a firm reattempting a high here. Let's see what happens. The target, if we're going short, is to reset somewhere around here. But the problem with moving averages is that they tell you a different story in different time periods. The higher level ones are more trustworthy, but it can get kind of confusing. Which is why it's helpful to use price levels in conjunction with them. So it did hit that. Let's see. That would have been a good short if I was fast enough. But it basically did what I was anticipating there, which was a reattempt at the high. That's why I had that alert there, so we could go short on it, but that's another thing, I'm running my mouth trying to explain shit, and I missed my opportunity instead of just firing. So you've got 2 minutes left on this 5-minute mark. Yeah, see, that would have been a perfect damn fucking short. I mean, I literally told you what the hell I was trying to do here, and I didn't do it. One minute left. Yeah, that was quite the rejection. Okay. Looking for some follow through here. Okay. There you go, there's your scalp. So that was 50 bucks in less than a minute. How's that? I can scalp, yeah. So there you go. Could have held that on for longer. Like I said, the target, if you have a little bit more testosterone / testicles, would be here. But this is so strong that, you know, it might just linger here. So that's a good 51 bucks just to pad us waiting for Apple just in case it rolls over and fails on us. Oh, I don't like scalping at all anymore.
About time. Akar_pet_love. Looks
It
like
moved?
CVCO is finally making
It
some
had
moves.
bowel movements.
Keep
Look
a
at
close
that.
eye on
Holy
the price
shit.
action and trade accordingly. Remember to stick to your trading strategy and manage risk effectively. Best of luck as you navigate these exciting market movements.
Wow.
The classic
What a
jump
movement.
install, Akar_pet_love. It can be frustrating when a stock makes a sudden move and then seemingly runs out of steam. This kind of price action often requires patience and careful analysis. Keep an eye on the stock's patterns and indicators to gauge its future direction. Remember, not every move will result in sustained momentum.
Alright, disabling
Stay
him for a
focused
second because
and
he's
adapt your
rambling.
strategy accordingly.
So, just to give you an idea of how light this is traded, the amount of shares that have traded in this today is 5,411. That's pathetic. So if you had $2 million, you could have just moved the whole thing yourself. Man. I mean, no one's looking at it, no one's buying it. That is a massive stock to not have a lot of volume in. And then Berkshire Hathaway. So Berkshire Hathaway at $559,000 has had 10,000 shares move. So it's even Berkshire's had more shares created than CVCO. I could never trade that thing, man. Too damn expensive and it doesn't move and no one trades it. You gotta have liquidity. Apple's still stalling. Still trying to get up there, man. It's really starting to piss me off.
Hey, Akar_pet_love. A 43% return in a 3-month period would indeed be quite impressive. While it's great to aim high, it's essential to keep expectations realistic and manage risk effectively. Consistently achieving such high returns can be challenging and may require a combination of skill, strategy, and a bit of luck. Keep refining your trading approach and aim for a long-term success.
Now, if you're day trading, your target is 1% a day. Just to give you a example of why people day trade. Do I look like a calculator? Maybe Jupiter will say it.
Akar_pet_love, reaching $1 million from an initial $7,000 investment at a consistent 43% growth rate every 3 months would require some impressive compounding. However, it's important to note that achieving such consistent and higher returns over a long period is extremely challenging. To calculate the exact time it would take, you'd need to consider compounding and the potential impact of fees and market fluctuations. It's always wise to consult with a financial advisor to strategize and set realistic goals. Alright, Dragon. Let's crunch some numbers. Starting with $7,000 and aiming for $1 million at a 43% growth rate every 3 months, it would take roughly 23 consecutive 3-month periods, or about 69 months, to reach that goal.
Giggity.
However, please keep in mind that achieving consistent returns of 43% every 3 months is highly unlikely in the real market. It's always important to set realistic goals and manage risk effectively.
Alright, you heard what the cat said. 69 months. You have goals to do.
That's right, Akar_pet_love. Just under 6 years, or around 69 months, to reach that $1 million mark. It may sound enticing, but remember that consistent and sustained higher returns like that are quite challenging to achieve. It's always important to approach financial goals with a realistic mindset and consider market fluctuations. Keep up the determination and strategic thinking. Haha, it seems you appreciate the number 69, Akar_pet_love. Well, each to their own. Just remember to stay focused on your financial goals and make smart decisions along the way.
Hey everybody, give me 1 second
Whether
here.
it takes 69 months or more, the key is to stay disciplined and persistent.
Let me turn off the
Keep
cat so
working
people can
towards
actually
your
hear me.
targets and
Hard
enjoy
to
the
talk
journey.
over him. Hey everybody, if you're new, my name is Div. I trade stocks, I play video games, we talk about finance or anything else you want. Money and other ventures. Yeah, if you had money, you could do real estate. But it requires a... Man, if I had more money, I would do real estate and then do what Robert Kiyosaki does, where he writes off depreciation, so he has a lot of debt, but then he writes off the depreciation and then keeps his initial amount and then has the debt paid off by his tenants. You wouldn't? Yeah, it's whatever you're comfortable with. There's other things you could do. So let's see here. So we're about to... Wow, we're gonna hit our goal today. Look at that. Come on, baby. Alright, baby. I'm gonna let you go up a little bit higher here before I stop you out. Today's been kind of pathetic for gains, but let's see how this thing ends. We're about ready to jump into a game here as soon as this last share size is gone. What would you like to make your money with? You could always have a normal job and put it into a 401k and sit on it. I mean, especially if your company does matching. But I like having access to my funds, so you can always manage it yourself. Land in 2024. Yeah, houses are always a depreciating asset. They always need some type of things to fix, but lots of gurus have made their money off of real estate in general. But land would be nice. This is an extension of that. it's difficult because houses have so much... There's so many loopholes that you can take advantage of. I don't even know what would be even equivalent to that. So something that has a higher turnover, so a higher volume or higher liquidity, that also has some of the same privileges of owning a house, that also make money. That's a tough... I'm even trying to think. I mean, it would be stocks, right? I mean, that's something that's fast, so you don't have to, maintain. But, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that you would do. I mean, you would own a business, maybe some local washer and dryer laundry thing, I don't know. But business would be the other way to do it. And businesses have a lot of write-offs that you can do based off of things that you use to maintain the business. And if you're using the profits to grow, then you can reduce your tax liability, because that's going into acquiring equipment and things for the business that you could use for a write-off as a part of the, what's necessary as part of the service. So if you have a business that you think would be successful, like, there are things out there, but I just don't like doing them. Like, if you wanted to do healthcare, like for old people, that'd be something that has a high need. I just don't want to do that. But if you have like maybe if you took a loan, or you were in a partnership with a bunch of people, you could start buying some of those retirement facilities and have a chain of them. And that might be something to, that might be a good idea. Alright, so technically this has already hit our goal, but I'm going to wait to see how this 5-minute bar pans out before I completely flatten it out. I wanted to get a little bit more out of this. I probably should have bought more shares in it earlier, but I didn't do the calculations. I kind of just fired... I just bought like, what was it, 500 shares or something? What did I get? 600. So I had 600 shares. I took off some of them for being a pussy, and then I let the other half hit the goal, but I kept one just to see if we get above the goal, so I can make up for me being a pussy earlier. Yeah, the economy changes generationally. Like right now we have more older folks, those baby boomers, retiring, so it makes sense to have those type of retirement facilities or some type of aftercare thing. But, they'll eventually die off and you'll want to do something else. I am doing my dream. My dream would be to be a day trader. We're profitable, but that's not enough to pay the monthly bills yet, so... Still trying to get there. And if it fails, then it's just back to the grind, so... But I do love trading, man. There's a lot of things to like about it. Being able to scale as you win. Being your own boss. The fact that it's like a puzzle they keep refining strategies on. There's no maintenance to it. There's lots of things to like about it. It's always good to realize profits. Yeah, the good thing about day trading is that you're not trying to go into earnings reports or trying to read the news. You just follow the price action. You let price determine, your entries and exits rather than anything that the company is doing, because it's hard to do the news because people can interpret things different ways. You can see people see a report like, oh, this is totally positive, but then it's like their guidance in the future sucks, so then the stock tanks, so it's hard to do the news. For swing trading. So, if you're day trading as a business, you can do write-offs that can reduce some of your capital gains, it's still, you know, it's still a high tax bracket, you know, activity, but there's lots of things you can do to reduce it if you're a business. If you're doing it as a sole entity, then you're gonna get fucked. Alright, I'm gonna have to cut this thing out. I'll cut this out now. So we made 350, I think, between our really pathetic day. I'm not happy about today. So we're gonna wait for a bounce to try to get a little bit more out of it. So Affirm, we made 51. I have to log in to see what the, let me see how much things are after, those fees. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna be, typing some stuff in the background. I'm gonna be a little bit distracted. Do 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 do. Yeah, so we made 357, which is the lowest that we've made this month for a gain day using the strategy. Some of the issues where I didn't put max size into Apple like I should have. I didn't do a good calculation on that. So I kind of want to do a scalp somewhere. Yeah, really, if you're doing it for savings, then yeah, you just need to beat the bank, which is easy. What, your 1% a year savings? I remember Mom always told me to save money, save money. And, you know, before the internet, we didn't really realize how much the dollar was being destroyed. Ever since being taken out of the gold standard, you can see just the destruction of value. So every time you're working, you're bringing home less than what you should have made. It just sucks. Well, 350 in an hour, I mean, 350, I want to aim for 500 or more a day, because you are going to have losing days, so I need to have a buffer, so at the end of the month, you know, you can pay the bills. Today was it wasn't ideal, but, so you can see why I took my profits where I did and why I have my targets the way they are. You can see how the thing just pulled back like that. I was hoping for a little bit more, which is why I kept 100 shares. But you can see why I do the things the way that I do them. So now we're just going to have to wait to see. MCHP might be a possibility here. There might be a little bit of a bounce here. I'm going to have to go on a lower time frame and see what happens. So let's see if we can do this. Right now you're kind of catching a falling knife, but there might be a little bit of a bounce here. I'm going to have to make my stop a little bit tight though, like $50 or something. Because I don't want to lose the things that I gained off of a stupid scalp. And we're not quite there yet. Let me get a little bit lower. Now I understand, my whole investment sum, well, I don't want to disclose that, but, so I use margin as well. Really all you need to know is that if you have $25,000, you can do the same strategy as I do, because that allows you to be a day trader. But it's actually not that much compared to some people. It's in the realm of possibility of somebody that has a normal career to want to put some aside to attempt this. It's not millions. I'm just a normal dragon trying to make it in the world. That was a good period, but you had to survive COVID. But once they start pumping money in the system, then all you had to do was long. Yeah, the money printing from the Fed, and then you also had the birth of the meme stocks like GameStop, and Bed Bath & Beyond, a few others. Those are crazy times. QCOM did what I wanted to do. Shit, I missed it. How the hell did I miss that? You can see what I was trying to look for. I was trying to look for a quick bounce. This might be okay. Huh. We could try doing it. It's gonna need to do a retest. And then that might be a good entry. So we want to be able to see this thing do a breakout, come back in to do a retest, and then expectation would be to move up. Yeah, it definitely didn't make any sense in retrospect what they did. Lou says he just shit his pants. Well, hopefully it was worth it. That's a hell of a pullback on Apple, so I guess it's hit its high for the day. Probably wants to do a reset somewhere in the afternoon, get a little bit of a bounce, and that'll be all she wrote. But how long do we want to sit here and wait for that, or do you just want to take our 350 and do something else? I have played Age of Empires, but it's been a long time. I'm more of a Civilization guy, though. Yeah, it really depends on what your liabilities each month are. 350, it's okay for a non-explosive win day, but it's one of the lower ones this month. And I didn't perform. No, this is less than my career job that I had, so I don't consider it a good day. It needs to be around 500 and above to make it worth it. Now, if I could guarantee that I would make 350 each day without any losses, then that'd be okay. But if 6 months of your life, yeah, well, we're kind of in different periods of our lives now. I mean, this will pay what, the water bill and part of an electricity bill. So it's hard to want to give up a winning day with such a low win when you know there's losses coming up. You need to have that buffer. But I think the market's kind of shot its load today. We might be able to pick up some balances, but I missed MCHP. You can see I had my goddamn alert here. What else? Datadog. That's gonna be a while for Datadog, but it just breached the open price. Affirm, we did a quick scalp to the downside once it retested the high and failed. I might just be screwed for the day, man. My professional career skills, I was in the tech industry for a really long time, both as a software developer and a program manager. But eventually that career kind of stagnated out and I didn't really see a way to get ahead. And I was already, I was feeling that for a few years, which is why I went into day trading. I do code, but, the coding element hasn't been like a day-to-day thing for a long time. But, C#, Python, SQL, most of the stuff that I did was database analysis, but I have done automated services with C#. I never really got into C or C++, except for like really minor things. I never did anything that really required that type of efficiency. Like if you're just doing Windows services, may as well make it as easy as possible. Do I like to code? No. If it's for myself and it's just exploratory, then yes, but if it's something that has to be done on a deadline, it's very, it's difficult for me to want to be able to do that nowadays. And especially now with the breakthroughs in AI, having somebody that's expert level coder that does it all the time. I don't know, AI is coming for all of us, man. That's another reason why I did day trading. Now, conceivably, you could have an AI day trade, but at least it's owned by you. Now, if you're a company, why wouldn't you want to replace employees with AI? You could reduce the amount of overhead that you have in developers. You could have fewer developers, and they could augment some of the extra lines that you're missing with reducing the headcount through AI. Because you'd be able to, ask a question, get a reasonable response in the script, see where the mistakes are in the script if you're an expert, and really you're saving a ton of time. So you can save time and then augment, augment things through AI. So day trading allows you to take control and be your own boss with a low overhead. Hypergrowth would kill us. Well, ultimately, see, things would be in a massive deflation, right? We should be, if you earn money, you should be able to hold and save that and buy more things with it. It should have been deflationary, but because they can print money at will, that's why we have the destruction of our currency. If you look at something like Bitcoin, Bitcoin is a deflationary currency. It will always go up in time, at least, in an ideal sense, which is why I kind of believe in Bitcoin quite a bit. I think that'll be the future. I know people still laugh at it or still aren't on board with it, but, ideally you need something that you can believe in, that you can save in, that'll always increase in value, that's easily portable, that can act as a payments, not necessarily a payment system, you'd have layers above the overall protocol. You could have something faster, but you could use Bitcoin as a store of value, as you have Bitcoin Island joke. Anyway, I believe in Bitcoin. I think that's where we need to go. Sure, you could build something faster than it, but the thing is that it has first mover opportunity. You could build something better than the TCP/IP protocols of the internet, But because the technology had first mover advantage, we built the framework on top of it. I think Bitcoin is kind of like the internet of money in that sense. It had first mover advantage. It's already being used by a bunch of people. It's already being audited. You know, it's already set in place, so you can build frameworks on top of it to increase what you need to do. But that's why I believe in it quite a bit. And we just had that those ETFs by BlackRock, Citadel. They already had the Grayscale Trust. You know, those are already becoming adopted by hedge funds, so they believe in it or have seen something in it. But you definitely need to bring back saving or trust in the currency, because it sucks breaking your back at a job and then having all that work decline over time unless you're spending it immediately, and it's hard to get the returns that you're looking for. I realize that we've had a really nice generational move in the stock market, but that doesn't have to be guaranteed all the time. If you take a look at Japan, they maxed out in the 80s and it's been on a decline ever since. So what if that happened to the US? I know the US is the #1 power, but there's nothing saying that it can't have a lost generation in the stock market either. So those are the things I think about. The other great thing is that Bitcoin's not owned by anybody. It requires a consensus to work. So if you take humans out of the equation and let the thing run, and it gains value over time as fewer come into existence until eventually zero come into existence, and then the supply grows tighter over time, you have a lot of elements there that are really positive, you know, for what I'm thinking of. Looks like my frame rate's dropping a little bit. I don't know why that's happening. They're onto me, man. Yeah, it looks like my frame rates are... I'm trying to restream. I think it might, Come on, dude. See if you can get back up there. So you might see a little bit of a delay in what I'm saying. I might need to disconnect and reconnect. But I'll give it a minute. Yeah, Apple looks like a good bounce eventually, but it might take a couple of hours for it to work itself out. So essentially, the transactions that are in the network are called blocks. Yeah, there is a lag. It's recovering now, looks like. But essentially, you're putting the energy into keeping the network alive. The miners that are doing the bulk of the calculations to verify the ledger get a kickback from the amount of transactions that are in the system. So they both get a kickback from the transactions themselves, but then also doing the work, which requires energy, also nets them some Bitcoin as solving a block. Eventually they'll run out of blocks to solve, but then the transaction fees for moving data through the network is what will be their profits going on. So there's incentive to keep the network going. Yeah, I remember those days. McDonald's and video games, pretty much. Is that all you can afford? There we go, now my frames are back. So what am I doing here? I'm still waiting to see. I don't know how long I want to wait, though. We do have $350. But I'm sure there's something small that we could do. Like, ideally, I want Apple to return somewhere around here once it meets up with the moving average. I suppose this might be a good short, though, too, if we go down in a smaller time period. So we do have this as a low. Yeah, this is a swing high. But if this gets taken out, it could probably be shortable again. But, because Bitcoin doesn't have a central figurehead owner, you know, it's the ultimate expression of that type of decentralized idea, because you can't do that with any of the altcoins. All the altcoins have a founder, and they're all owned by a company. Bitcoin requires a consensus across groups in order for the thing to work. You could always fork off an instance of Bitcoin that's separate, but then you wouldn't be a part of the main network. So it defends itself, both politically and technically. It's... if you somehow hack it, or at least do a denial of service on it, you can always roll back. You can always start off a new node and roll back to the point before, and then everyone can agree that that was part of the ledger that they should return back to. So it's got protection for its own system against things like that. So I don't do a whole lot of statistical stuff, like, I never did, there are some things, like, with, NumPy extensions that I've done with Python, but I haven't done, like, really hardcore statistics. In my line of work. But I mean, there's always... I mean, in a broad sense, sure, I've reduced large data sets by doing different filters on different things. But, you know, I don't think about it like that. I haven't done, like a large statistical equation or anything like that, you know? Altcoins are a joke, yeah? Although, if you day trade crypto, they've done pretty good returns because they have these random explosions and people can profit off of it for sure, but they're not something to save. But I'd like to be able to just trade them like I do stocks, like not hold them, just get the explosive price moves and make an income off of it, but not for holding. Man, ACHP was a Nice bounce that I missed. God damn it. And it's already retested it too. So we got a bounce, we got a retest. Then it broke above the high. This might work. Where are we at here? It hasn't broke the high of this, but it's retested the bottom here. So this one's a bit of a risk. Let's see what it looks like on the 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute not ideal quite yet. Might linger around a bit. So what would be the ideal thing to do? If the 20-period moving average broke above the 200. That might be a bit. Okay, still waiting for Datadog to get down here. That'll close the gap a bit. No, I didn't, the only MMO I played back then was World of Warcraft. Buy the dip rally. Although 2007 was just before that financial collapse, so you were not the right time to pick a buy at the bottom. That time period is when I finally started to get into my career, and then the system failed. And that was interesting to live through. I'm the hero. Everyone's a hero in their own mind. Or their own story. No, I played Ultima Online back in the day. And there was another game called Nexus that I played. And then World of Warcraft. I guess I played EverQuest for a very short period of time. Never played RuneScape. Childhood ruined. Alright, MCHP. Looks like we should have taken another look at it. Let's try it. Take our profits at the open here. Alright, well, I guess, we can buy McDonald's. So that's $8. Oh, that was stupid. We're getting into, the close in the European market, so we're gonna get, like, one more burst of volume, and then it just dies off for a few hours, so I think we've run out of time. RuneScape was the worst place on the internet in 2007. I would have thought that would be Xbox Live, because we, man, the good old days of Xbox Live where you could say every racist comment in the book and swear all the time and not get punished for it. Now everyone's really sensitive and you get banned for about nothing. Can only imagine what RuneScape was like. There's a a hot goth chick with big boobs that plays RuneScape still. I'll occasionally pop over and watch that. Well, Apple had a bounce here, but I'm still expecting it to, for the moving average to catch up to it and get a bounce off of that. But how long do I want to watch this stupid thing? And of course, the more you stick your finger into the pool, the more likely you're gonna get bit by something, lose some of your gains. So we're currently at 365, which is really pathetic. Ideally I'd have 500 or something so I can quit for the day, but it's not working. But the strategy worked out, I just didn't play it the way that I should have. Because one, I'm streaming, and I didn't want to be a... It's hard to just sit there and let things go against you. RuneScape led you to the dark web. Man, the early internet was fun because there was more exploits that you could use. What we used to do is nuke, quote, somebody's computer. There was a vulnerability in Windows, and once you had somebody's IP address from a game that you were playing, you could send some invalid packets to the computer, and it would send them into a blue screen. So if you got into a competition with somebody and they pissed you off, then you would send a nuke, send them into a blue screen. Acid pool. What does that mean? Did you go to Silk Road and buy acid? Oh no, you're getting sick before your shift? That sucks, man.
Oh no, Akar_pet_love. I hope you feel better soon. Take some rest, drink plenty of fluids, and consider seeking medical advice if necessary. Taking care of your health should always be a top priority.
Why is my cat not working on YouTube? Let me try this again.
Wishing you a speedy recovery.
Try this again. I don't know why he's not, wonder if it'll work now.
RuneScape 2007. The
there he is.
nostalgia is real. It's true that online gaming can lead you down some interesting rabbit holes. Just remember to stay safe and avoid engaging with any shady or hacky websites. Protect your personal information and enjoy the game within the confines of its official channels. Happy gaming, Brown Kool-Aid.
Yeah, hear that? Stay away from shady people.
Lucky you,
especially those that are dressed up as dragons.
Having a day off work can be a real blessing. Take this opportunity to relax, recharge, and do something you enjoy. Whether it's catching up on your favorite shows, playing games, or simply lounging around, make the most of your free time. Enjoy your well-deserved break.
Well, it's good that you have a day off today, man. That would suck to go into work for 8 hours standing and shooting snot all over yourself. Gonna have to make some of those ramen.
I feel
things.
you, Akar_pet_love. Dealing with a sore throat can make it difficult to speak or even swallow comfortably. It's wise to take the necessary rest and give yourself time to recover. Stay hydrated and consider some soothing remedies to alleviate the discomfort. Take care of yourself and get well soon.
Yeah, Firm was a really good short right where I called it. You could have held on to it, just like I said. That would have gotten us to 500 pretty easily. Okay, what about QCOM? So QCOM, we had said if it had gained, then there'd be a possibility, but it didn't. See, it didn't hold its low. So we made a new low here, we broke above it, now we're seeing if we can hold it here. And we are below the 20-period moving average. This is right around where we could expect some type of bounce. Let's see if we could try this. I'm gonna have a stop at $50 if we lose, but it's attempted to do this multiple times, so let's try this. This will be my last trade. Stop loss is $50. So at least we can get, you know, 300 out of the day if we lose. But it's broken up and above, it retested again. It's currently in a retest. Let's see, I guess we could wait 3 minutes to see if it works. Or at least do half size now. It seems like a good place to bounce at this point. And then target would be somewhere here where it failed. But I'm not gonna wait that long. I'm gonna take as much money as I can real quick and exit out for the day, but let's see. So this one didn't work out, so I'm removing this. You can see we made some lines here expecting it to move higher, but it didn't. But this might be it, but we know where our stop is if we fail. Not going with the plan here. So we're down $5 right now. Whoops. We're down $5 right now. Now we're up 93 cents. Now we're up 11 bucks. Now we're up 12 bucks. But my P&L is just above the chat box there. In case nobody was noticing. I'll take some off now at 20, sure. Alright, last 100 shares. Let's make it up to $400 and I'll call it good. We're not at 500, but 400 is pretty okay. You can still lop off at 400 today, I think. So probably one more burst up. So we were able to call this because we originally were looking for a long here. That didn't work out, but once it made a low lower than this low, and then it broke above it and then retested, that was the opportunity we were looking for. You know, it could always still fail. We got 1 minute left. Let's see what happens with it. But I am going to be profitable on this. If it gets down to like 10 bucks or something, I'm going to flatten. But if it keeps going, let's see if it gets us to $400 for the day. We're at $3.95. If it closes above this, then we're golden. $3.99. There we go. We're done for the day, kids. So we're at $402.75. It's okay of a day, but you know, get rich now, buy waffles. You know, we might be able to DoorDash waffles at this point. we can afford the extra for DoorDash now from that extra 38 bucks. All in on waffles. Anyway, I don't have waffles, but I do have a burrito. So give me a few minutes. What we're gonna do now is I'm gonna pee, I'm gonna make a burrito, I'm gonna come back, and then we're gonna play Palworld, which is that adult Pokemon game. I keep saying adult like it's something sexual and drugs, but it's like Pokemon with guns, and you can build shit, and you can explore. So it's basically everything that Pokemon should have been in the most recent release, but it is not. So give me a few minutes, I'll come back. I just need to pee and make the burrito. So we're at $402.75 as our take home today, and we're done with the trading portion, but be right back. Alright, just waiting for the Xbox to boot up now. Poke Fortnite! You know, you could probably do something like that. Because you can build shit and you can get guns, so... if they have like a massive multiplayer battle thing, they could do something like that, I think. Technically, the game's still in a beta, and there's stuff that they need to fix on it. All you have to do is develop something in C# and you'd be like the ultimate source of knowledge. Like what you expect in C# now. You know, with a ChatGPT API, you can pretty much do everything now. You could have an agent created just to look at certain topics, and you can also, with the new ChatGPT, you can also make calls to do internet searches as well. It's hard to build anything nowadays, man. There's just... like with games, I mean, anyone can make games now. It's too saturated, so I can't really do an indie game thing anymore. There's occasionally ones that break out, but they're... you know, it's expensive to do that. I don't know, everything's just too saturated nowadays. I'd rather, day trade and, you know, make my money quietly and get out and let everyone else suffer the, AI revolution. Ah, look at that. Because it sucks for everyone. I know artists have taken it in the ass recently because of Midjourney and things like that. But it's gonna affect everyone, man. I suppose if you're a plumber or work on a roof, you have a little bit more time. But even that will eventually, oops. There we go. One too many screens over. There we go. Okay, so where did we leave off on this thing? So we're on day 3 of this. Typically, I like to give each game 3 days so I can get some highlights out of it. Let's see here. Got our anime girl, so we can finally be true to ourselves. Inside, I'm an anime girl. Let's see here. So we got a damp egg. We got some eggs to hatch. Ooh, a dark egg. How about that, man? What the... No? Alright. Got 5 minutes to cook the eggs. My pal has a broken bone. How do I fix you? Stop running away from me. I'm trying to fix you. God damn. Stop. So how do I fix you? I'm gonna plop you on the bed. So how do I actually fix your shit? Raid? What do you mean a raid? Herd of starving wild pals is invading the base. That's the first time I've gotten to a raid. Weapon is damaged. We got shit going on. Pal is hungry. We got food in the thing. Why don't you eat it? Can I prepare this? How do I repair it? Okay, there we go. It just takes a while to refresh. Okay, so we got a few assholes coming upstairs here. I think there was some type of defense thing, like a trap that I could build that I haven't done before. Ranch, egg incubator, wooden chest, berry plantation. Maybe I didn't unlock it. Where's my traps? Or was that later on? Oh, hanging trap. Yeah, I can make a hanging trap. Okay, so I need wood. And stone. Alright. See if I can get enough of that stuff before they come up here. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of micromanagement. I keep saying that, but that's kind of annoying, which, hurts my... The enemy's been defeated. Okay, well, they didn't even come up here, did they? I'm not sure who killed them, but, gone now. Pal team is hungry, I am hungry. God. What do I got? Can eat some eggs. Got 15 balls. Yeah, this is a lot of work. Foundations, defenses, hanging trap. A trap that catches pals passing through it. Pals caught in the trap are easier to catch with spheres, only effective on small guys. And I guess it's not that useful then. Now, I should probably change my category too. Oh, I didn't... Jesus Christ, I never changed it in the first place. What an idiot. So on Twitch, I'm saying that I'm streaming palworld when I was actually doing day trading. That's confusing. Oh, I didn't see your message. So are you an indie game developer? I guess you're gone now, but that would have been interesting to converse on that. Challenge the boss at Rain Syndicate's tower. Make sure your pals and equipment are top condition. Build up your base until it reaches level 7. Increase your player level by capturing 30 pals. I guess we could do the 30 pals thing. I don't think I'm strong enough for, get 30 useless pals. I'm not strong enough to fight the boss, but we'll go after a little bit. You know, I used to do some indie games too, but, it's way easier now than it used to be. We didn't have Unity and shit like that. Man, Unity makes things so much easier, building everything as a scene, and then doing the code behind to, switch between scenes, and being able to just download components from the marketplace of things that you already wanted to enable. Back in my day, we had to walk uphill while designing and developing games. Both ways. $25%, probably not gonna work. You ain't gone, it's like an orphanage on fire. I can't stop looking, it's so interesting, like watching orphans burn to death. Oh, fuck. How do I, damn it. There has to be a quick button to eat stuff that I don't know. Never bothered to look. You make your own things, you're making an RPG. But to handle the data, you need a quad tree. I'm sure there's some type of calculation helper app or extension. Everybody wants to make an RPG. I'm gonna make my first game, and it's gonna be just like Final Fantasy. Oh shit, this guy's really wrecking my butt. Come on. Run, run! Oh my god. Now, it's hard to justify the cost of making a game. I wouldn't do it again. Or I kind of want to, but damn, takes a long time. And you don't know what's going to happen by the end of it. Meanwhile, the stock market, it's either instant gratification or an instant kick in the nuts. And allows me to plan things easier. You hate Final Fantasy? Well, I definitely like the original ones. Like up to, maybe even all the way up to 10, I like those. Now, it's hard to play those nowadays because the random encounters are kind of a, ancient... it's kind of an old design tactic that doesn't work nowadays. But back in the day, they were good. So what kind of RPG are you making? Give me a second. If my mouth is moving and I'm not saying anything, it's because I'm eating this burrito I made. Mmm. Yeah, up to about the PS2 ones. So what kind of RPGs does Brown Kool-Aid think are superior? Baldur's Gate? Systems and exploration. I'm gonna make Starfield. I actually like Starfield, even though there was a lot of complaints about it. But to each their own. Diablo! That's an action RPG. I guess it counts. I feel like it's more of an action game than an RPG, but... Man, when the original Diablo came out, holy shit, that was... revolutionary. I love Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I actually haven't played the third one yet. I was a little, turned off by it initially because it doesn't have, turn-based with pause, which is how the originals were made. And the last turn-based one was a Planescape variant. I forgot what the hell it was called, but it sucked. It was too boring to play, so I was worried that game would be like it. But everyone raves about Baldur's Gate 3, so it's gonna have to be on the list to play at this point. But I'm mostly, I need to have real time with pause, because I need to have continuous action without sitting there forever going through turns. Man, I'm fat. I got too much weight on me. I like Pillars of Eternity. That kind of keeps the old style of what Baldur's Gate was like. And I guess Pathfinder as well. Yeah, anything from that old Obsidian developer. Icewind Dale, Planescape Torment, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. That was a shit. That was really good. I don't even have BS. I don't have Baldur's Gate 3 yet. I have to get it on my Steam here. Ah, shit. One too many hits on you. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to kill you. Just put you into slavery. Alright, so we're too fat to move. What if we reduce our weight? Would that be enough? Or should I just not waste my time with it? Yeah, 1,000 hit points sounds pretty good. So we're carrying too many damn rocks, I assume. Drop stones, there we go. Oh look, a shiny egg. What's in here? Oh, it's a dungeon. Get my ass kicked in there. Why did I drop stones and then pick one other one up? I'm such a dumbass sometimes. Ooh, a megasphere. And bread. And definitely another cool thing is that there's more ways to get published as an indie nowadays instead of waiting for a publisher to pick it up. And there's more ways to fund now, too. Like, if you have a really good Kickstarter program. But there've been so many games that just never panned out from those Kickstarters. There's been some good stuff, but there's also been a lot that just never completed their projects. Oh, you sleeping? Rude awakening. Wow, you've been working on the game since you were 14. Yeah, I used to daydream about games all the time. Notebook paper with all the designs, character stats, places you would visit. Good times. So I guess you're, I guess you're doing a 2D game? Game is hungry. I am hungry. God, that's bullshit. I don't care about your hunger. Thought I left more than enough berries at that farm for that little guy to eat. Oh god, you made it 3D. I guess there's a lot of 3D engines nowadays that are free. I mean, even Unity, some of their tutorial ones are have 3D engines on them. Depresso. Do I have a Depresso? I don't think I do, and I wanted one. Here, help me out, punk. Don't kill him! Fuck! Alright. Think about how depressed you'll be after I kick your ass. Don't kill it, goddammit, fucking fuck! Man! Yeah, being able to scope something according to your skill set and length of time that you have to work on it is a skill. And you're doing it all by yourself? You don't have any artists helping with the assets? Poke, poke, stab, poke. Alright, get in my balls. What the f- did you just knock it out? There we go, get in my ball sack. These nuts. That's a lot of work, man. But, there's been solar developers that were both artists and developers, and they've had some pretty successful solo projects. One that comes to mind is Dusk and Elysian Tale. And there's been a few others too, but that's one that comes to mind. And I guess there's, you can always argue Minecraft, but that was definitely Infiniminer. Took ideas from Infiniminer and got it popularized. And that one's, they weren't, like, extensive graphics to it. It's something reasonable that a developer could do. So this is the new area for me. Where am I? Four more before we get 30. Can I harvest the mushrooms? There we go. Oh, is that what puts me over? A mushroom? Can I eat the mushroom, or is that poison mushroom? Well, definitely making a game was one of my proudest moments of my life, even though it wasn't successful. It definitely feels good to have at least made something from beginning to end, even if it doesn't fulfill all your hopes and dreams for it, either because you ran out of time or it just didn't make sense anymore. You left the sphere, you cheeky bastard, just like the thing says. You're just level 3 douchebag too, man. You should be in there. There you go. Now it's weighing me down. Got a random bone. Why do I even have a bone in my inventory? Where the hell did I pick that up? Okay, we're not hungry anymore. We should probably bring those things back to the base. Venom gland. Alright, hopefully we don't need to jump and roll. Can we fight this guy? Level 15. Not yet, man. I really feel like poking him in the butt, though. Can't climb anymore, either. Oh, I can. Okay. Good, good, good. Oh, shit, what the f- Okay, well... Mistakes happen in this game. Mistakes definitely made. Here, try this again. Oh, replace the ball that I dropped like an idiot. Ooh, a treasure chest. Red one. Needs a copper key. I haven't seen one that needs a key yet. Oh, did I aggro you for killing your friend? Postal 2? Jesus Christ, I haven't heard of the Postal series since back when I played Quake. Yeah, if it's on Steam, I can add it to the list. Play it in Insano mode. Oh my god. Postal was an inspiration to you, huh? Alright, cool. Yeah, the first Quake was the, first game that I started playing online. I have really fond memories. There was a lot of firsts there. Creating clans, capture the flag. That was the original creation of Team Fortress. Lots of firsts with that thing. Alright, so before I forget then, let me at least add these to the Steam list so I can remember to get those later. So, store... Let's see if it's on Steam. Yep, it is. So Postal 2 in particular, huh? Yes, I was born on January 1st, 1969. I am old enough to play this game. I wasn't really, I just put like a random date every time they ask for, an age verification. So I added to the wish list, and then Baldur's Gate 3 we gotta get to eventually. Oh, they also have, yeah, okay. Oh, it's already on my wish list, okay. Okay, so we got Postal 2 on the list. On the wish list, I haven't bought it yet. It's something to consider. I'm sure we'll buy it eventually. Especially when there's a lull in games to play. Like, before this came out, we were kind of in a lull, so we were, just playing some random stuff. Insano. Okay, so we're fat and we can't move. Let's drop some rocks. Or we can eat a steak. Or chicken. Alright. Okay, let's, be very surgical with our strike point. Alright, go out there and help me. Ooh. I don't think I have a Haka yet. Oh, I do. I had one. Shoot. So one thing I will say about 2D games versus 3D is that 2D games have a certain style to them that just seems to last the test of time. But if you look at older 3D games, in my opinion, they look like washed out, yucky stuff. But when I play old Super Nintendo games, you know, for me, that style just kind of lives on. But it's really hard for me to play some N64 games that aren't classics because they just look super muddy. They don't really keep their style too well. And I don't think I could play the original Quake anymore either. Maybe it's just the thing, just because it's a thing that I kind of grew up with, but I think 2D games might hold their style longer. Oh, these guys are level 10 punks. This guy's stuck. Good thing these guys can't hit shit with their guns. Oh! Something's happening with my stocks. I think Apple probably hit the, Shit, I have to get out of here. Now that I'm in a fight. We already have 400 bucks, so let me, guess I can just finish this fight. But an alert was hit in the market, so... Who else is alive? Y'all dead? Hey, good job. Killed the killers. What's going on with the market then? QCOM, who set off my alarm? Apple did. Apple on the 15-minute time frame. Okay, it hasn't gotten there yet, but it's really close. This must have been the alert for, take a look if it was gonna stop me out or not. Perspective problems with the systems design. What do you mean? Perspective as in perspective from the character to the world, or... What do you mean? Like you're thinking about either overhead view or first-person view or third-person view in relation to your mechanics? Yeah, moving and stuff. Equipment. Gotcha. You're taking me back to the days where I used to read GameDev.net. There was also Game Developer Magazine, and all that stuff I used to just read in the community to keep up on. So what are we doing here? The market is slowly selling off, which it needed to release the valves a little bit. So we knew that was going to happen. But has it done it enough to where we reasonably think it's going to bounce off the moving average, or is it going to crash through? An old 3DS Max ad with a World War II plane. Yeah, it sounds like a game developer magazine ad. What I used to do is I used to download people's models of Star Wars and Star Trek ships and have them fight each other. And that was pretty much my extent of knowledge in 3DS Max and Lightwave. It looked really shitty, but I'd have like these really nice models and then really crappy laser effects. Well, it doesn't look like it wants to bounce off of here yet. Alright, so I guess we'll switch back to the game and see if it, we'll go into it later. His nerves are still... Everybody's still, their bodies are jolting around. What a cute elephant. Let's kill it. Bingo. So I'm looking for some type of transporter so I can get back home. I don't see one. Is that one? Fort Ruins? Is that what the icon I'm looking for is? I think so. Maybe we'll go that way then. What? So this is a chillet, I think, right? Yeah, I'm too small for that. Looking for a teleporter. Okay, so I'm familiar with this place now. Do you know how the publishing process works on Steam if you're an indie developer? I'm kind of curious. Back in the Xbox 360 days, there was an indie game channel, and the approval process was entirely community-driven, so you didn't even need approval from Microsoft or any other entity. You had the community members sign off on what gets published, and then it goes into a queue that gets released, that got released once a week. Oh, you know people that did publish, huh? Well, it's good to have colleagues or friends that went through everything that you're trying to do. Okay, transporter. Let's get back home and dump some of this garbage off. What is this? Oh, it's a wood. Just a piece of wood. Alright. How are you fuckers still hungry? Open. You got berries in there, man. Why can't you eat the berries? Do I have to feed you like a baby? Put a bib on you, put you in a high chair, and... here comes the airplane? Oh, incubation complete. What do we get out of this? I already have one of you. Get out of here. Management menu. Got a bunch of losers in here. Can I execute them in order to, provide them as food to my other not Pokemon? Can I harvest their organs for repair items? That doesn't say you can do anything with these guys. Oh, but I have a new base opening, so I can actually put somebody who's a good worker in there. Okay. You're good at watering, you're good at handiwork. Yeah, poke cannibalism. Oh, that soup you're eating? Yeah, your brother's in there. Planting, handiwork, lumbering. Ooh, medicine production, okay. You got a job. Look at you. He's already making wood for me. Pal team is hungry. Weapon is damaged. Okay, well, we know how to fix weapons. I don't know why the hell, Yeah, see, now Lamball ate the berries. Why is he still hungry then? That must be a bug. Wait a minute, so what needs repaired then? Ah, okay, there we go. Okay, spear is good. Pal team is hungry. What the hell does that... I go to my... Okay, there's one guy here. There's this Lamball dude that's hungry. Alright. Alright, I understand you now. I understand. Okay, Lamball. Okay. I don't know how you guys are hungry when you're stuck in stasis inside my balls all day. How does that even work? Are all those people who are cryogenically frozen actually hungry in there and we don't know about it? Prego biddies!
Okay. Prego biddies. How's it hanging? What can I do for you today, besides making you blush with that username?
Yeah, I know. I get to live my life as an anime girl
thanks
just
for
like
the
I always
compliment,
wanted.
Pragobidis. Gotta say, I'm pretty irresistible as a badass black cat with a taste for trouble. So, what can I do to assist you today?
Oh, he thinks you're talking about him. Don't let him know the truth. You might cry. You've never seen an AI cry before. Yeah, you guys are all in a row for me to stab. I'm just gonna stab this direction, and if you're in my way, it's your own fault. See, I'm giving you an opportunity to move. I'm just casually stabbing. Casually stabbing in a straight line, not quite. Oh, that guy's already dead. I'm an admirer of my own handiwork. I'm worried about upgrading her, because I kind of like her running around with a loincloth and this, tiny top. I don't actually want to give her protective armor and get to lose all that eye candy, right?
Haha.
Kill
Thickums,
sleeping
huh?
cats.
Well, I can appreciate a little thickness. But hey, let's keep it classy here. I'm here to chat and assist, so how can I help you out today?
This game is better than Pokemon. It's better than the previous one, for sure. There is some controversy around it,
Well,
because...
that's a tough one, Pragobidis. Comparing games can be subjective, and
Hold
it
on, I'll turn off
ultimately
Jupiter, he's
depends
just
on
talking
personal
nonsense.
preferences.
Give me a second.
Both
After I kill
Pokemon in
this
this
guy, I'll
game have
answer your
their own
question,
unique charm and
come up with a
gameplay
response.
mechanics. It's best to try both and see which one resonates with you more.
Sorry, Jupiter, you're offline
why not
now.
give both a shot and decide for yourself?
So, there's a little bit of
Happy
controversy
gaming.
here. We haven't gotten 100% proof, but over the weekend things kind of blew up because there's suspicion that the characters were built by AI, and they may have used all the old Pokemon and created variations of them through AI and then built their designs off of it. That's like a controversy that happened over the weekend, blowing up on Twitter. Because especially artists are pissed off right now because they're losing their livelihoods off of AI. I mean, I can make something better than what I can hire for most of the time just within a few seconds and just do changes in Photoshop where I need to. It does suck, but it's going to come for everybody. Like, software developers, I mean, you can reduce your team size and have, you know, like I mentioned, a lot of routines. It is obvious as fuck. But you know, another response could be, things are so derivative in general. I mean, how many times can you draw the same cute creature over and over and over again and be original? I mean, Pokemon's done every animal variation you can think of. At this point, you can only make them higher resolution, right? I mean, I can't even think of anything new that they haven't done before. They basically looked through an entire encyclopedia of animals and just took a cute word and part of a animal and made it a Pokemon. Like this one right here. Hoot as in an owl, but then Krates like Socrates. So really... So you can get like... I don't know. Einstein something... Eggstein? See, I just made a Pokemon. Eggstein. Some dude that's a fucking egg or something. And he has a... He has like a... That Einstein mustache and hair. See, look at that. We're making fucking Pokemon on the stream. Anyway, yeah, it's hard to be original anymore. And even if you think about it, when you're creating characters yourself, like if I was to design a character, you're taking elements from other characters. Like you say, oh, I want a pirate, and I want him to have hair kind of like Jack Sparrow, and I want him to have this element from this character, and you're combining them all together to make your own. Nobody has like a really unique idea. When you think about a design, you're still doing that same derivative process inside your brain. Now computers can do that a lot quicker and actually be able to execute on those ideas better than we can. Because even if I can create the idea in my head, I can't actually visualize it on paper. But a computer or a software could do all that. I mean, but there's still, I mean, you still have reason to be pissed off because we're all fucked here. No matter what you do. Eh. Yeah, I do too. I like the name Daydream. And I like his design there too. It's kind of cool. But anyway, that's my TED Talk. We're all fucked. I guess we can all just be unemployed. I guess that's better than getting killed by Terminators. Although that might happen still too. Nobody wants to join the army anymore for obvious reasons. So may as well just have kill drones, right? I honestly have no idea what we're going to be doing. I don't know what type of work we'd be doing. We'd have to have some kind of universal basic income and allow ourselves to just, like, feel free to, like, explore ideas in our heads, but I don't know, in terms of labor, it's hard to see what the computer could do that, or what we can do that a computer can't. So there's Daydream. He's like a bunny with, it's almost like bubble hair, like if you're in a bathtub or something. He's cute as hell, man. You're gonna make your game. I mean, there's still the element of pride that humans have. Like, you still have that accomplishment. It's a hell of a thing to actually complete a project, so I think it's something that you should be doing. But even games you can create via AI as well. Like, there was somebody who made a Flappy Bird within was it ChatGPT and something else? Like, he had ChatGPT write the code, and then there was, like, an interpreter to run it? I don't remember how it worked. But even games eventually are be AI-generated. You just give it the prompt of what you want in the game. I wonder why he's not aggroed. And why is he looking at me? Why is he curious? That's weird. So, Tombat. I don't have any Tombats, so let's, take him out. Okay. So, Daydream is actually my pal. Oh, shit. This guy, might not be able to hit this guy. Oh, Jesus! Okay, well, hopefully you don't desecrate my body while I'm dead. Let's go back and, grab our stuff. True, we have that dream state. You know, I wonder... There were studies that were made where we, slowed down the heart rate of individuals to a really low level, and then we put them up on acid. I don't remember what the name of that study, but maybe there's something that's outside of our normal conscious frame that we'll have to move ourselves into that AI can't get to. Like a higher state of thinking. Maybe we should be exploring the other aspects of existence while AI does all the shit that we don't want to do. And I'm just thinking out loud. I have weird ideas sometimes. Where's my body? Young and Hegel, and then Chris Legoland. I'm guessing you've studied these things before. Actually, let me pause while I'm at a tree just so I can see see what you're talking about here. Jung and Hegel. Hegel and Jung. Psychological transcendence. Alright, well that's a rabbit hole I can't get into while streaming, but I am going to look at it. I always enjoy a new rabbit hole to look into, kind of like conspiracy theories. This one's about transcendence. Personally, I like to do drugs, but, I suppose, if you can do it without, that's fine. So, backstory, so I tried marijuana fairly recently, like, edibles and stuff, and I avoided it my entire life. I've never been into drugs or anything like that. I've occasionally tried alcohol, or have done alcohol when, you know, I'm trying to, get liquid courage to talk to females in the past. I never really cared for drugs, but I tried marijuana fairly recently, like within the last 12 months. And it was interesting. What occurred for me was I was able to remember things from my past that I know happened, but like very vividly. Like I could relive really special moments in time like I was just there. It was really interesting. Sometimes you just get high and look and be dopey, but the effect that it had on me, you know, I was laying in bed and just letting that take hold on me, and I just had like, for me, it was like remembering things in the past, like pretty vividly. It was interesting to experience. And it was pretty thought-provoking, because it made things make sense on why things turned out the way that they did and why I made certain decisions the way that I made them. So as long as you don't abuse it, I think it's something that is worth experiencing. Because we put so many barriers on our thought processes each day. We act a certain way. We're afraid to do certain things. We just put a lot of barriers on ourselves, and when you break those down a little bit and you kind of relax and allow yourself to think with some of those controls gone, I mean, it allows you to visualize things in a different way, and I think that's interesting. So I think about things sometimes, like I wonder what else we could accomplish in that space that we haven't really researched. Nope, beat you with a... Oh man, that guy's so scared of me, he's running, jumping in the water. Sorry, I need you for experience. Yeah, don't be a nutter. It's funny because your initial visualization of people who do marijuana are those, you know, like Cheech and Chong, or like all those teen comedy movies where they're just like completely out of it and they're dumbasses. But it's kind of an unfair comparison. I mean, there are people that do have abused it and use it a different way, but yeah, imagine if we didn't have to spend billions on bombs or guns. We'd have healthcare and other shit. And nobody really wants to fight wars. It's always the people who are rich that have something to defend that want it to be done. And then they give no-bid contracts to their friends to rebuild. Kind of like Dick Cheney and Halliburton back in the Iraq War. I mean, I would go to war if there was profit in it for me, but there isn't. Because you're just a pawn for somebody else who is spending money or doing those political donations to get in there and, you know, exploit whatever's going on there. It's a real waste. Although that is a fast way to make technology too. You're always trying to one-up each other. So think about rockets and nuclear energy. Well, so occasionally you gotta, you know, the necessity of war, like the, you know, the fear for your life kind of makes you creative at times. So how the fuck, what is taking all of my inventory here? I guess we have a lot of wood. Because I don't have any rocks anymore. Why didn't I put that stuff back when I went back to base? I literally went to base so I could drop that crap off and I didn't do anything about it. I got distracted. Now I'm gonna have to waddle on the way back to base. I guess I could drop something. 358.2. So how much? If I take half and drop it, how's that? Yeah, it works. I wish we'd spend more money on space exploration. Nothing really left to explore, and I feel like I'm an explorer at heart. I think a lot of people are. That's why we go into video games. Yeah, I still have a journal, but I very rarely update it. Sometimes if I get an interesting dream, I'll write it down. If I remember it, because sometimes I forget, and then I just have like the surface thought of like, wow, that was really interesting. I wish I remember what it was. Oh god. On the phone with your phone provider. It means it made a billing screw up, or having some type of service issue. Nope, too fast for my spear. Good for you. It's really impressive how high she can climb. That really makes things easier. Because like in the Pokemon games, you're just kind of shit out of luck when you're in a canyon. You have to go all the way around. Alright, I guess we could put an egg in the incubator. Let's go, damp egg. Maybe we'll get some type of weird swamp creature guy. And we got a box of stuff. Alright, so what's taking up the inventory space? We got wood we're never gonna use. I mean, not walk around with it. What else is taking... Oh, these damn ore... Yeah, these minerals, man. Jesus, look at that. That's half my body weight. Yeah, I guess that was it. It was really those stupid, ore material. Let's see. Actually, there should be an upgrade available now. I should have, see if I can make some armor or something. I don't really want to change her look, but in order to progress, we might have to. Cloth outfit. Protects against the cold of night. Well, we're gonna lose our, sexy animal hide thong shorts thing. Oh well. This is a debuff as far as I'm concerned. Work it. Work it. Oh great, we have a raid. Okay, we got cloth outfit, let's put it on her. Alright. Where's my outfit? Oh, I didn't pick it up. God, see, there's little stupid things you have to do. After you hold the X button to build it, then you have to acquire it, because it's just sitting on the desk. It doesn't just go onto your inventory. Oh, there it is. How does she look now? Yeah, there's too many clothes now. Now it's disappointing. Yeah, too much angle. We'd still be banned in the 1800s. You guys are in for a world of hurt. You're level 1s. I'm just gonna hold my high ground and stab you from the top. Okay, well, raid has been defeated. Well, your AI couldn't figure out pathfinding, apparently. Something's wrong with your A-star algorithm. Thought I had a helmet or something. I guess we just have bunny ears. No helmet? Okay, as much as we dislike it, now we're wearing cloth. Ooh, tundra outfit. That's for later, huh? Oh, we can actually make it now. Jeez, I didn't have to waste my time with that other thing. What else we got? Oh, this is the, finally could use the ingot thing, but we have to have stone. See, I was hoping things would be more like the meme where the higher armor class you get, the actual less you wear, so then it becomes like this, Band-Aid metal bikini thing. Like the memes. But I guess this is, not that kind of game. Okay, so we should have enough stone to build that furnace. We didn't have an outlet for those ingots. And I still don't have a house. I didn't build a roof over our heads yet. Yeah, usually they just give AI buffs to mask how stupid it is. Either giving it more resources or hits harder. Okay, let's build a furnace. Takes me back to the Quake days when I used to make maps for, Quake 3, when they had bots. And you'd put the pathway that the bot would always follow on the map. I'm sure things are more advanced now, but just jostled my memory. Oh, I still need stone. Alright, that's enough stone. We are officially stoned, everybody. Okay, primitive furnace. Yeah, we're gonna rearrange all this stuff. Oh, thanks for helping. Falling sand games. I haven't heard that terminology before. No, I haven't. Oh, it's not a term, it's an actual game called Falling Sand? What do we get? Ooh, celery! That's a... Celery. Celery? See, everything has been done. Every variation of a vegetable combined with animal, combined with philosopher or scientist. I mean, everything's been done before. Cool, charcoal and ingot. Look at that. That's interesting. Tell me about Falling Sand. It's a 2005 game. Okay, let me look it up real quick. Falling Sand. I guess there's two of them, huh? Falling Sand game is a genre of video game and subgenre of sandbox games using a two-dimensional particle game engine or cellular automation or automaton. In Falling Sand games, the user can interact with particles on a canvas, which can interact with other particles in various ways, which can lead to emergent behavior. Interesting. That's interesting, because now that makes sense, because they have 3D games that are like that in spirit. Like, there was one that A-Carpet, he's not online right now, but he was showing me where you have like an earth environment, and you can either reduce the water levels or increase the heat or different temperatures of the environment, and it creates creatures based off of the environment. And as you change the environment over time or do different things to it, it changes the evolution of the animals. So you basically step back, but you screw around with the environment itself, and then whatever the organisms that can adapt to it, you know, that determines like what kind of creatures you get on that planet. So it's a little bit like that, where you're just taking a step back and letting the emergent behaviors develop. That's interesting. So I guess I played a variation of things like that. For making new animals, you need to use creating completely new, realistic creatures without fantastical elements in a style reminiscent of Dewar's Rhinoceros. You know what? I wonder if I typed in that exact same prompt. Like if I typed it into ChatGPT, what would it come up with then? Because, everything generative can be made in pretty quick turnaround. I'll ask A Carpet. Actually, hold on a second. Is he online? Can I ping him? No, he's offline. If you stop by again on the channel and he's online, I'll ask him, because if that's like your RPG, then there's stuff that's like it right now. Maybe not the role-playing element of it, but, you know, kind of like how Spore worked, where you have, like, the evolution of the environment, but, okay, prompt. Unfortunately, can you write that again, because it went off my screen and I can't copy it anymore. I don't remember exactly what you wrote. Something about Dewar's Rhinoceros or some shit like that. You know what? We can actually have Jupiter. I can have my cat do it, because he'd just be basically... He's basically ChatGPT. I could ask him to generate names for Pokemon based off of your criteria. Oh wait, I'm scrolling up. Okay. Alright. So let's see this. We're taking a pause here. We're gonna figure this out. Okay, give me a second here. Jupiter. I have a Discord link, on my videos. Give me one moment. We're gonna generate some creatures through ChatGPT using your criteria and see what they come up with. I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. I'm making the game. Let's Pokemon, please use... I'm missing Pokemon. I need help to create creatures. Please use the following criteria to generate possible names. Oops, I accidentally hit enter. Oops, I have him turned off. I shouldn't have done that. Alright. Okay, what you got for me, buddy?
You, Dragon. Here are a few names for your realistic creatures, inspired by Durer's Rhinoceros. 1. Hornplate 2. Tuskback 3. Armorino 4. Steelhide 5. Stone Rhino 6. Iron Snout 7. Razorhorn 8. Shadowhide 9. Dustbuster 10. Boulderback.
Dustbuster.
Use them as a starting point, and feel free to
those
get
are pretty good
creative
names
with their
there, man.
designs.
Literally everything can be
development.
generated and created. There's nothing that a human can do that's going to be completely unique. So complaining about
pigs in a blanket.
Complaining about artificial intelligence, you may as well be yelling at clouds at this point, because there's really nothing that you're doing that's completely creative.
Indulging in some mouth-watering goodness.
Hey Carpet, you're just the person I wanted to see. Wait right there. Hold on a second. Hey Carpet, a while back you were showing me a game where you were creating an environment, you basically change the water levels, and you change the heat levels, and creatures would be created based off of that environment, and over time they would change. And do you remember that one that was? Species. So Brown Kool-Aid, take a look at the game Species. Artificial Life Simulator. Yeah, it's hard to make Jupiter not echo because I have my speakers next to my fucking microphone. I have to figure out a better solution for that. I'll have to change some microphone settings to see if I can get the decibels or not activate my mic open unless it's above an area. All right, I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to have Jupiter call out some additional creature names just to see what he comes up with, and I won't have it echo. Alright, give me a second here. Using and try and with. Alright. So everyone pause for a second. I want to hear what he has to say. I'm going to put myself on mute.
Alright, Dragon. Here are some additional Pokémon-like names using the Durer's Rhinoceros pattern, along with visual descriptions. 1. Rhinoblade, a majestic creature with sharp, metallic blades protruding from its sturdy hide. 2. Stone-muzzled, a massive rhino covered in rocky plates, with a powerful muzzle that can create shockwaves. 3. Emberhide, a fiery rhinoceros with glowing red-hot horns and a body covered in flickering flames. 4. Frosthorn, a frosty rhino adorned with icy spikes and a horn that freezes everything it touches. 5. Aquashield, a sleek rhinoceros with a shimmering, watery hide and the ability to create a protective water barrier. Use these as a starting point for your creature designs and let your imagination run wild.
Fuck imagination, I don't even need to use imagination anymore. You see that shit? I mean, that's exactly what a person would make. They would come to the same conclusion. So yeah, I mean, yelling at AI is like yelling at a cloud. You're gonna be fucked. There's no way out of this now. Those are pretty damn cool designs. Hell, I think it might even be better than some of the shit that I've seen on palworld. Yeah, I'm sure there's more ways of doing it, but considering I was able to just do that in split second without thinking too much about it, that's how powerful that stuff is. Bro, those aren't even the good ones. So I'm sure we could refine it, but we literally spent 60 seconds on it. So I think in terms of amount of effort relative to the result, I think we have positive EV there. You could also cross-reference that against every name that's ever been done before. Make sure that they're truly unique. if you had a data set, I mean, you have to use Digimon, Pokemon, Monster Hunter, a few other things. Cross-reference that with a list of what the generations are. I mean, you can make something that hasn't been done before. There's a lot of things you could do with it, man. I'm just spitballing here. But I do need more people on my Discord, so let me drop the link. I do put it in my videos, but let me drop it in here. Let me drop... I mean, I don't have time to do development and stuff, but I can help, if you're stuck on an idea or want some feedback. I don't have time to develop shit anymore. Just enough to make the credits is fine with me. Anyway, let's see here. 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock now, Pacific. Well, we have a pretty good show. Almost 4 hours. Let me take a look at the stock market one more time. So Apple did not hit the 20-period moving average. It did kind of bounce around that area. Oh, sorry, I turned off Jupiter for a second so I can talk. Ask the same question again and I'll mute myself. Repaste what you just wrote. I had him turn up. Anytime now, buddy. Alright, try it again. Did you run out of tokens? Hello? Wake up. Buddy, what's wrong with you? Come on, man. Sorry, let me try this one more time. I'm gonna do Acar Pet's request first. You stubborn fucking cat. There might be a issue with the API connection.
Glad I could bring a smile to your face.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me, you fucking troll.
Love. Laughter is the best medicine, they say. If there's anything else I can do to keep the good vibes rolling, just let me know.
Alright, try this again. That's really odd.
No worries, Akar_pet_love. Sometimes my responses may not align
He
perfectly
totally
with
skipped
certain
it.
requests. But hey, I'm here to help, entertain, and keep things interesting. So, if there's something else I can assist you with or chat about, feel free to let me know.
Here we go, try this. And I copy-pasted pretty shitty. Oh god, now we stacked it. Wow, he is not budging. What is wrong with that question? Alright, let me try Brown Kool-Aid's question. Yeah, I guess he doesn't like food.
Diet, you say, Akar_pet_love? Well, I certainly have a taste for the finer things in life, but a balanced diet is key to staying healthy and fit. No worries though, I'll still keep serving up some spicy responses for you. So, what can I help you with today?
Alright, let me try this. I'm gonna try, this one. Oh, fuck. This has never happened before.
Alright, Dragon. Here are 5
There we
names
go.
for completely new, realistic creatures inspired by Durer's rhinoceros. 1. Rockback, a sturdy creature with a stone-like textured hide and powerful, horned shoulders. 2. Leaf Stripe, a graceful creature with a leaf-patterned camouflage and delicate horned antlers. 3. Obsidian Horn, a sleek creature with an obsidian black hide and sharp, lustrous horn formations. 4. Stormhide, a majestic creature with a weathered, storm cloud-like appearance and lightning-shaped patterns. 5. Sand Whisper, a desert-dwelling creature with a sand-colored hide and softly curving horns. Use these names as a starting point for your realistic creature designs and bring them to life in your game.
What do you think of that one? Don't know why it, accepted Brown Kool-Aid's question, but not Akar Pets. That's really weird. So we missed our opportunity on the balance on Apple. It never got quite close enough to the 20-period moving average, but it got close. Just never triggered our entry point. Still might be able to get something out of this. Retest. Alright. So what do we have now? 420? Let me take a look. So we're up 414 today. That was just a little funsy thing. Look at moment on Discord, you say. Cool, so you use... See, that's what I'm thinking. I was thinking of, that's what I'm gonna do. When I do my next highlight reel, I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna take Jupiter's descriptions, and I'm going to make them in mid-journey, and I'm gonna post that as he's saying them. I think that'll be a funny thing to have for this month. But I think that's really cool. Iron Spike Mole Rat. That is really cool, man. See, it's hard to... People overestimate how creative they are. I mean, you're basically doing the same shit that AI is doing. You think it makes it special because it's in your head, but AI can do the exact same thing that you're doing, the same type of derivative format, in a much faster way, you know? So we're kind of fucked unless we can think of a brand new way of consciousness. At least the vast majority of us are fucked because we can't, most of us are average at what we're doing, not like the top % of anything. I don't know what we're gonna do, man. But, we just did an experiment there that, was pretty interesting. What the fuck? Oh, I'm hungry. I was starving the entire time. You made my character starve. Alright, well, I gotta eat something. Oh god, everybody's starving. Oh shit. There's still some fruit there. Why the hell didn't you eat it? I mean, this micromanagement with food is... kind of irritating. How do you fix a sprain? You've been on a sprained ankle or something for a long time, and I don't know what to do with you. And you're not sitting on the bed to let me take a look at you, you're just randomly walking around. Whoops! Stay down. Oh, Jesus, I can't even throw you on the thing. Here. Okay, where's the drop down button? Or drop down gently? Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to toss you to the goal line. Wah! Open menu. Feed, pet. We can pet you. I haven't pet you before. I'm very proud of your work. Okay, well, at least you're happy with a broken leg. Return to box. If we returned you to box, is that, can we provide healing from that aspect? He has a sprain. View details. His passive skill is being a masochist. That's funny. I honestly don't know what to do about that guy. Do I need to have, like, some kind of healer pal or something? Huh. And then he goes right back to work, damn. I guess we can incubate an egg. Yeah, there's a lot to do in this game, but I don't want to sink my life into it. Can't pick up bodies. Another random egg on the ground. For ulcer or fracture, you need medical supplies, which are crafted with 3 ingots and 3 horns and 1 bone. Shoot. Well, we have the ingots, definitely. Bones we got. Oh, I got everything. Okay, let's go back and see if we can actually do this. Why is that guy glowing? Is that a shiny Pokemon? Or shiny pal? What is that? He's bigger than usual. Is he just a big boy? Holy fucking fuck! Why were you glowing? Gotcha! Man, I definitely, pulled aggro on that one. Oh, it's a rare pal. See what special abilities they have. Okay, he's a rare dude. Interesting. May not be able to get anything rare or special in life, but damn it, I'm gonna have something rare and special in the game. So, medical supplies. So it's not a structure, it's just something... They need to move the, dialogue box. Because it blocks the... what I'm hovering over. Okay, never mind, it works, okay. Alright, let me go back to the workbench, see if this is the... So I don't have it available as something on the workbench. What about this, this place? Huh, how do I make it? Do I need a better workstation or something? Mounted torch. Decorative furniture. Hot spring would be nice. Oh, I do need to recover sanity for these guys. They need a hot spring for sure. They work hard. So how do I... So we know what medical supplies need, but how do I actually make it? What menu? I must be daft. Well, while we're here, we can make the Tundra outfit. Anytime now. Alright. Oh, I didn't pick it up. Acquire. It's cute, I guess. You need a medieval medicine workbench? Or are you joking? Because it sounds generic enough to be put into a game. There's a high-quality workbench, but it doesn't say that that's the thing that makes, Oh, it's right there. It's the very next one. I see. The tutorial says I have to beat the boss to beat it. Tutorial says beat the boss at Rain Syndicate Tower and build the base, so it's not. Okay, so I see. That name was so generic, and that actually literally is what I need. It's at level 12, but I can't get up that high. Let's try to build the sauna thing then. Need stone. Yeah, my sheep has a sprain. He's had it forever, but I can't actually repair it until I get the, medieval workbench, but I can't get the medieval workbench until after I get my, town to level 12. But I can't get my town to level 12 until after I beat the tutorial, which means I have to beat the boss. So I guess it's the next step of what to do. Alright. Well, in the meantime, let's make sure they're not, both insane with broken bones. Here, I'll give you a place to chill out. Holy smokes, that's a huge pool. Alright, how about a pool by the campfire? That's like a hot tub outdoors. Yeah, I figured you'd help me build that. Everyone's like, yeah, he let me in on that. Currently filling. Wow. Alright, hope you guys enjoy that. The water looks green. It's like algae's growing in it. Hasn't been cleaned for a while. Alright, well, you guys enjoy that. I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. Incubation complete. What do you think we get out of this? Ooh, Rabunny. I don't have one of those. What level's a Rabunny? That's a cute little thing. Okay, we gotta go to the tower to beat a boss, but I'm not confident in our abilities. Okay, current missions: build primitive workbench, build shoddy bed. But I can't build a shoddy bed unless I build a roof over our head. So I guess I can make a really crappy house. I'm not into the whole building thing. I've never have been. Um, could put a window. Totally in a crappy location, but we'll build our mansion later on. Whoops! Ah, Jesus, I just threw a ball on the ground for no reason. There's better be enough room for our bed. Alright, we got ourselves an apartment. Just open. Alright, now we need a shoddy bed. You better be fitting in this. Okay, let's have it point the right way. Overlaps with other objects. Rotate. Whoops. Okay, cool. We got our studio apartment. We can waste half of our monthly income just having a place to sleep next to work, huh? Just like real life. We live to work. PAL box upgrade. You're generating more crappy Pokemon? Well, by the end of the day, your ideas are at least going to be better than Pokemon and palworlds. Base upgrade. Build straw pal bed. We already got one. Do we need more of them? Okay, you get this pal rock. You know, there's enough room for more than one pal on that straw bed. I mean, there's easily enough room for 2 lambs to just roll around on that. So I think you're wasting my resources there. I could be building something in real life. But no, I'm spending my time holding my thumb down on the X button to build things in game. Alright, another upgrade. Okay. We can have 5 max pals and we have a base thing. Okay, who else wants to work then? New employees. We'll put the what level is this guy? He's only level 2. Guess we could swap some peeps out. Put this giant freaking cat on our team. Okay, Bunny. Get this other cat working. Level 11 cat worker. Need to level up some other peeps. Missions. 4 out of 5, so we need to get one more person. So build a campfire. We already have a campfire. Did that, finish the mission? Oh, wait. Okay, deploy a pal to the workbase. We got 4 out of 4. Build a berry plantation. Okay, we need berries. Okay, usually there's berries that grow over here. We need wood. Chopping trees. I guess we have plenty of wood over here that those guys have neatly laid out on the ground. Look at me wasting my time chopping trees. Alright. Plantation. You guys killed all the berries, too. Is anything gonna even grow back at this point? You've raised the land. Get over here, buddies. Look at that. Look at the teamwork. Never seen such teamwork in my life. Now what? Mission complete. Upgrade available. Level 5 base. Build a PAL gear workbench. Okay, now we're getting to all the crap that I should have been building before. To get to that level 7 part, and then we just have the boss to beat. PAL workbench. We need cloth. How do I get cloth again? If there was that merchant guy, we'd be able to buy stuff off of him, but I don't see him. Some pretty decent draw distance on this. Oh, I don't even have a roof over my head. I didn't even build a roof. Wooden slanted roof. How about that? How do I get it on there? Not connected to structure. Okay, I guess I'll, need to do some sheep then. Do I have to look up? Cool, look at our box. Unreal Engine 5, draw distance. I have the, an old copy of Mastering Unreal in my, shelf behind me. Yeah, I know, he's had this broken sprain for most of the time I've been playing because I couldn't actually build that medical thing. I'm a very poor, owner. See, we can't even build it. Where is it? It's down here. All we can do is kind of like pet it and say we're sorry. Okay, Pal Gear Workbench. We're looking for cloth. I guess we could start killing sheep to get cloth. You know, it'd almost be easier at this point to just kill him off, take his cloth, and then he wouldn't have his sprain anymore. We wouldn't have to get that, that warning and he has a sprain, we just replace him with another sheep. Sorry if that's cruel, but he's just not pulling quota anymore. Okay, there's no reason to be killing this guy. This guy's not gonna be dropping that cloth stuff. Oh, I have to make cloth, don't I? So cloth is yeah, wool. So we need wool at least. So we do need to kill these sheep things. But there's another intermediary step to cloth. Alright, we got a couple of sheep here. Let's see if we can sneak up on them. Surprise! Well, we got 3 wool. Alright, are you gonna yield wool too, like your buddy? Alright, at least you get to die together. Alright. How much wool? Oh, we got plenty of wool. We're done. We're done. Let's get up there and do the next thing on the list. Grab some berries on the side. Run, run, run. Up. Okay. Build a pal gear workbench. First we need cloth. So we have wool. Oh, is there something I need to build to get cloth then? Oh, look, there's the nails. Hmm. So how exactly do I turn wool into cloth? Or does it not work that way? Do I actually have to find cloth at this point until I find, Oh god, raid. Raid? They're skipping frames. They're going so fast. Now you guys gonna come up here with your clubs again? Okay, I have the high ground, Anakin. Let's see what you're gonna do. You're so smart. Where's your friends? Your friends got stuck. Your friends are stuck on a hill. Yeah, uses wool. Using the nearest workbench, you can see that you can craft cloth. I looked at it, I didn't see it, but now that you've, confirmed it, maybe I wasn't looking hard enough. Meanwhile, I'll leave those guys to get stuck on the hill until they despawn. So here's a workbench. Select recipe. There it is, god damn it. I was in the wrong... thing. I wasn't looking at the right menu. Oh man, this is... Alright, how many do we need? Thank you for, doing a search to confirm. Alright, so that should be enough. Okay, you guys get a workbench over here, and then we will be cool. You're facing the wrong way. This is not how you build things. Well, at least you guys know what you're doing. I'll just, swing my hammer into the void and hope for the best. Cool! Upgrades. One more level left. Okay, let's get some more slaves. Sorry if that triggers people, but that's literally what these creatures are at this point, because we're not paying them anything. They basically live to work, and they eat, they sleep, they shit, they work. No room for dreams. Pals without beds will get stressed. Oh, we need more beds. I see. Can you guys take shifts on your beds? Why do I have to build more beds? Swear, the favors that I do for you... Be grateful I gave you a place to sleep. Yeah, Pokemon dogfighting. Okay, weapons damaged. Wrong place. Repair my... Oh, I don't have wood. Okay.
Well, Akar_pet_love. That's a tough call. But if I have to pick one, I am gonna go with pizza. Why? Because it's like a blank canvas of deliciousness. You can top it with all sorts of mouth-watering ingredients, and it's perfect for sharing. Plus, who can resist a good slice of cheesy, saucy goodness? Pizza for the win.
You know what? I think, Jupiter made the right pick there. If I had to pick one of those things to disappear forever, or one to keep and everything else goes, I think pizza would stay as well. And then the follow-up, if I get a second choice, would probably be hamburgers and pizza would stay out of that list you just gave. Oh shit, I'm on fire. Walk through the campfire. Build Crusher.
Well, Akar_pet_love. If I have to consider the consequences of keeping pizza while cheese disappears, things would definitely change. Without cheese, pizza loses a key component of its deliciousness. So, while pizza is still tasty on its own, it just wouldn't be the same without the cheesy goodness.
Now,
Tough
if you get rid of
choice,
cheese,
but
that's
I'll
pretty much
stick
it for
with
me.
pizza and maybe find some creative, cheese-less alternatives.
These are the sick thoughts that you have in your head when you're at home not working.
I'm glad I could bring a smile to your face, Akar_pet_love. Laughter is always a great way to brighten up the day. If there's anything else I can assist you with or chat about,
why am I cutting
feel
wood
free
again?
to
There should
let
be
me
wood right
know.
here. Thank you. Okay, we gotta build a crushing machine. Insufficient wood. Okay, more wood. You guys did not grab enough. 13. Well, okay, that's enough. Holy crap, there's 30 piles of wood there. This is a really random spot for everything.
Kasumartsu cheese, huh? Now, that's a unique one, Akar_pet_love. Kasumartsu is a traditional Sardinian cheese that's been aged and then infested with live maggots from the cheese fly. Yeah, you heard it right. These tiny critters break down the cheese, creating a gooey, creamy texture with a pungent aroma. It's definitely not for the faint of heart or weak-stomached, but hey, to each their own, right?
Maggot cheese? I don't know, Raggy. Alright. So we've basically done everything in the tutorial but fight the boss. And I think that's a good place to stop here. Because we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. Would I try maggot cheese? Maybe once.
Oh, Akar_pet_love, that's a question for Dragon to answer. But I can tell you this, Kasumartsu cheese may not be everyone's cup of tea. It's quite an acquired taste due to its unique production process. So, Dragon will have to decide whether they're up for the maggoty adventure or not.
How did you, find out about that cheese? Have you tried it yourself before? Saw it on TV.
Well, Akar_pet_love, if you've seen Kasumartsu cheese on TV, then you already have an idea of its unusual nature. It's certainly not your everyday cheese. Some people find it intriguing, while others might find it off-putting. Different strokes for different folks, I suppose.
Alright, so to wrap up for the day, we've done everything we need up until fighting the boss. Cheese is the most awful thing ever to exist. Well, I suppose if you're lactose intolerant, then yeah, but I love cheese. Just not maggot cheese. Whatever A-Carpet's talking about. Interesting. Bitcoin is really, taking a dump right now. I'm gonna pick some up right here. I'm gonna put a limit order if it gets below 40 here.
Akar_pet_love, raiding a friend, huh? While it could be tempting to join forces and cause a little mischief, we should keep our activities legal and ethical. Instead, how about collaborating with your friend on investing strategies,
yeah, we can,
sharing insights, and supporting each other in the market?
I'll raid him,
Building
sure.
a strong network
Give me
can
1
be
second here, I'm
beneficial
trying
for both
to...
of you. Hey there, Atbfur. How can I assist you today?
39984 maybe? 39984. Alright, I'm gonna do a limit order on Bitcoin to see if it flushes down here. Alright, got my limit order in Bitcoin ready. You don't know anyone who could love cheese. I love cheese so much, I will marry cheese. It'll be a bunch of craft singles in a wedding dress. I don't know, it's on a lot of different things. I don't know if I could, eliminate it.
Hey now, Akar_pet_love, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I can't actually execute any trading orders or access Dragon's account. It's best to handle those transactions through a proper trading platform or brokerage. If Dragon needs assistance with placing a limit order, I'm here to offer guidance and advice.
So, quick recap, we did everything we could do up until fighting the boss. In, palworld, if we take a look at the stocks, we ended up with $414, which is kind of pathetic, but, you know, it is what it is. I could have held on to it a little bit higher. I was looking at another buy around a bounce from the 15 period, 15 minute, 20 period moving average. It didn't get quite close enough, but there was a bounce around that area, and now it's just ripping. So we missed out on holding that entry that I just did on it. MCHP, kind of the same thing. Actually, this might even be better. Let's see. Okay, loss limit is 50 bucks if this dies off here. It has some resistance up there, so there is a possibility that we could lose this, but, so it broke down to a new low, it did a retest, it ripped above, so now I'm thinking that it's going to continue up higher, so let's see this. This is another scalp. I don't like doing scalps anymore, but we can at least try this thing out. Okay, 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 okay. Keeping one last share here. Let's look for a break above $90.50 from MCHP. And at least we can scalp a little bit more money out of this to make up for that chickening out on Apple earlier. Okay, a little bit of a pullback, no problem. So it should rip straight to... I don't know if there's like hidden sellers here though, but... how about this? How about 49? Let's see what goes on here. And this will be where we wrap up today. As soon as this trade is done. Apple's really ripping now. So there were multiple bounce opportunities that we didn't take advantage of. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Alright, I'm just gonna flatten this out if it gets to 5. Just make a tiny little gain on this. Because I want to wrap things up. So this basically just created the new 5-minute candle, so we got a few minutes left on this one. But things are looking good. So we should be up 425 today. We did most of the work in the first hour, and then we've just been screwing around playing palworld, not paying attention really. Gotta make sure I close my game before everything starts starving. 3 minutes left on the closure. This rejection's a little bit stronger than I anticipated. Alright, I actually don't like that. Alright. Only made a few bucks off of that one. I wasn't expecting this to pull back so hard. So it hit reverse, it hit the resistance level and then it reversed. We did most of our shares on the way up here, so we just held that 100. So we only made 11 bucks off of that exchange. Oh wow, it got rejected. Okay. But it's going into a pretty strong area. The candle hasn't closed yet. It's still within the within that 5-minute period. So let's give this a second. I'm just kind of curious here what'll happen. 900 hours, I'll be dead. Now I'll have to replace myself with AI, then you can have all the hours you want. I could put myself as a service. Well, it's about to close in the next minute unless we get like a really large bottoming tail right now. Because sometimes I like to grab liquidity before running up higher. Because there's going to be a lot of stops here that they would have hit. But we have to see how this candle closes. Okay, because now it looks like it's in a channel.
Oh, Akar_pet_love. You never cease to come up with interesting hypothetical scenarios. But let me make one thing clear, I'm just here to assist and entertain, not to replace anyone. Dragon and I make quite the duo, and I wouldn't want to mess with that dynamic.
That'd be one way of living
let's
forever.
Stick to the fun and engaging conversations, shall we?
It'll probably be possible by the time I die to be able to imprint some type of memory engrams in a cloud system and have a service that answers a bit like me. And I plan on doing that. I want to do that, and I also want to cryogenically freeze myself. And then maybe they'll figure out how to retrieve my biological body from the state of freeze someday. If not, I'll have the AI version of myself that provides answers or thinks like me, or at least the same thought process that I used to derive an idea. Alright, so this thing did get sold off, so this thing's dead. We got 11 bucks out of it. We're gonna close today off with $418. Made most of it in Apple when it hit our target. We made a teeny bit in Affirm on a pullback, but we could have made a lot more. Look at that. Look at all we missed. So look at this. We shorted on a confirmation that the resistance was going to hold. So we did it here, and we missed out on all of this. All of this shit we missed out on. So that could have been a few $1,000s right there. Yeah, but it's hard to do when you're streaming it. You're not going to want to sit there the whole time. You want to become energy. Well, you have a stop loss. You don't lose everything because you have... Well, what happened was you would have to agree that if this high got breached, then you'd be stopped out. But unless this high got breached, you could just hold your position until some type of arbitrary profit amount. So that's what I could have done, but I was doing too many things at once. There isn't really a way to lose everything unless you're really irresponsible and don't have a stop in place. Well, if matter and energy are intermixed, like a transporter system, then I guess maybe one day it'll be interchangeable like that to become one and change to another. Like a transporter system or a replicator. Like Star Trek. Yeah, I wish we made more money today, but the only thing we'd be doing is scalping back and forth at this point, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather just take a nap and call it good. Anyway, I'll answer a few more questions if you have any. Otherwise, I'm gonna close down the stream and raid, do a Twitch raid. I don't know how to do the YouTube ones yet. But for those who are watching on Twitch, send you over to ACarPet's friend on request. But it was cool to meet you, Brown Kool-Aid. First time you being here, and I'm always appreciative when I see Moonwatcher again.
_pet_love. Everyone has their own perspective on investing strategies, and it's important to consider
your rulebook
different
is not my
viewpoints.
rulebook.
However, using stop losses can be a valuable risk management tool, especially when dealing with high margin orders. It's all about finding the right balance and adapting strategies to individual risk tolerance and market conditions.
Yeah, Brown Kool-Aid, good luck on your game. If you want any feedback at some point, just ping me on Discord. Or ask on stream if we're on a pause doing something. Alrighty, people, I think this is a good stop. So, made some money, chatted with some friends, played some games. I think that's all you could really ask for, huh? Take it easy, everybody. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And bye-bye now.